To do the labs today with us here. You go to academy.apnic.net. If you're already an APNIC user, my APNIC user, you can just log in with your APNIC credentials. But down here somewhere, I have an RPKI lab. So this is basically the lab that we're running today. With these labs, it spins up a lab on demand session. Unfortunately, it's in the US, so your mileage may vary on latency. But if you can't get into our session today, at least you can watch along and understand what we're doing and go through the process yourself. So this particular RPK lab goes through the installing of a validator. It gives you the option through the steps in this particular lab online. It does all three of the 4 validators. You don't need to do all 3, but at least obviously you'll have to install one validator and then you go and set up the routing side as well. So it pretty much follows what we'll be doing here. So if we all go to the wiki from yesterday, for those that are actually doing the labs with us today. And then obviously into the Word doc, hopefully you've still got the bookmark or the link. If not, that's on the wiki as well, but I'll paste it over here. And you'll see that you've been allocated a lab. Now I'm just going to quickly flick over to the whiteboard and explain how you're going to connect. Just quickly jump onto the whiteboard. There we go. All right, hopefully you can all see my whiteboard. What I can see, I think you can. So as I briefly explained yesterday, you are here. You are going to SSH to jump host. This jump host's IP is 202.125.97.43. Quickly erase that. The username is APNIC, all in lowercase, and the password is training. TRAINING. Once you're on the jump host, you'll then SSH to your particular container, 192.168.30.xx, depending on which one you've been assigned. So on my screen share at the moment in the Word doc, you should be able to see those lab assignments as soon as I work out how to get my mouse over to that screen. There we go. So these people on this list registered yesterday for the sessions for the labs today. So can I get confirmation that those people are actually here?
I can see a few people.
You can see a few of them?
Yes.
Yeah, Mainal Hussain is here. Anwar, is he?
Anwar is here. Naveen is here.
Here, of course, Naveen is always here. Faisal here. Scroll through the list.
Faisal is also here. Yes.
Yep. Sorry, I'll just quickly start the jump host. I forgot to do that. I keep them locked out until we're ready to use them.
Okay, China. Farhad.
Let's see, start jump. All right, I'll quickly demo. So it's pretty straightforward. Should be able to see my terminal. So SSH AP Nick at 202.125.97.43, or use PuTTY or whatever you want, and password is training. Once you're in there, you will then connect to your nominated container. Sorry, I've got to put the at in. There we go. At. Once you're on the container, then you can start on the lab. So we'll go through that lab. Let me just flick back to my big screen so I can see what I'm doing.
02125.
Right. So the lab we're going to be doing first up is this Routinator validator installation. So you're going to log in to your container. So you've connected to your jump host. From the jump host, you then connect to your container. So it's 2 hops. Then we're going to update our repositories, make sure everything's up to date. They should be. I did an update on them a little last week. So Routinator is written in Rust. So the first thing we need to do is we need to install Rust. So you should be able to copy and paste this fella here, this line, straight into your terminal. I would recommend that if you are going to be doing that, if you're going to be copying and pasting out of your PDF, please copy it into Notepad or something else first, because you can sometimes get non-printable characters in your paste buffer and things don't work properly. So always try and copy them into Notepad or something else. Then you're going to follow the on-screen instructions for your installation of Rust. So make sure you follow these prompts. We will go with our default installation for Rust. Once you've installed Rust, then you're going to set your path environment for the Rust for Cargo, for Rust, which is Cargo, which is Rust Package Manager. And then from Cargo, we're going to install Routinator. So 071 of, didn't want to do that one. So there's 2 versions, or there's quite a few versions of Routinator, but 071 didn't deal with fallback on RRDP versus rsync. So 080 RC2 does, and it also works with strict mode. So if we have invalid files in our manifest, it'll actually handle them a bit more like Fort does. So you can verify your Routinator version. You don't need to do the update because you've just installed it. So once you've got a running installation, for maintenance purposes, you can do Rust update and then update Routinator. So once you have that done, then you're going to initialize your Routinator instance. So what we're doing is we're forcing the download of those TAL files from the repositories. So even if it already exists, we know it doesn't right now because we're starting clean, but that will force it. You'll get this error message, which is, before we can install the ARIN TAL, you must have read and agreed to the ARIN Relaying Party Agreement. Americans are very, litigious sensitive. So ARIN have said, if you want to use our TAL, you can't sue us if there's something wrong with it. So you have to basically accept their conditions. And we do that by issuing the --accept-ARIN-RPA on our init. So once we have that there, then you can go and have a look at the Routinator config. So take note of some of the sort of standard knobs that they've got set here. So cache time is 2 hours. Retry time and the refresh is 5 minutes. Timeout values on things like rsync. So you can tweak those to suit however you're going to set your environment up. There's no point in pulling a towel every 10 minutes. Number one, you're going to overload the rsync and the RDP servers on the RIR side. And two, your router isn't checking that often anyway. So unless you're running Cisco iOS defaults and it's checking every 5 minutes, there's no point. So think of your sane settings. So once you've got that going, then we can actually, we've done our initialization, then we can get some output. We can look and see what we're getting. So hopefully we're going to have enough time to do a second one. We may be a bit touch and go on that, but we'll see. So if we have time, we'll get you to install a second validator and compare the output of the two, okay? So if you want to get started on that, anybody having problems connecting to their nominated jump hosts?
Naveen, I could see that you were having some problem. Are you able to log into the jump host? Oh, is it? Right.
Yep. So jump host IP, I've got it on screen right now, 202.125.97.43. We'll only be using this jump host for this lab. I'm going to go and assign myself 30 and I will, actually, Dibia, do you want to go and do it on 30 and share your screen and take, and go through it as you, talk about it as you're doing it? And yeah, zoom in on that guy a bit. Yeah, it's readable. I can see that, even with my bad eyesight. Okay, I think you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Okay, so I think it's readable, right?
Yep, I can see that and I can hear you now. All good.
So I'm going to log into 30, container 30 with the same username and password, right? And the first thing is to update the machine. It will take some time depending on the speed of your internet, so please be patient. Actually, not this time. It's within Epinic lab, so it will take some time. Okay, so once the update has been done, the next step is to install Rust on the machine. So we use curl, and the protocol is HTTPS, and we are using TLS version 1.2. And if we want to see the errors, then the dash SS option is there. So once you enter, then it will start installing Rust. And like it said in the guide, just proceed with number 1. Okay, so we need to activate the source now. And now we use the Rust package manager cargo to install the routinator, and we are installing version 0.8.02. Chat. So it's login as Epinic, and the password is training. I can see someone asking that. Okay, that's a So our routinator is installed now. So we just go ahead and check the version. So we are getting that it's the latest version, that is 0.8.0 RC2. So we can just skip the next step. Only if you have an existing installation of a routinator, you can just do a rust update and then follow the same command, cargo install f routinator. So just like Deb mentioned, that we need to prepare its working directory for, that is like where we can where we keep the cache entries for the RPKI, and as well as the thrust anchor locators. So we just do routinator init with force. So it says that we can use this option to accept tals from Erin. So we just go ahead and include this option.
So just as a side note, you can, it's your choice to whether, as to whether or not you want to accept that. You don't have to. But if you do not accept it, every route that you get from Aaron will be unknown. So there are operators, vocal operators, i.e. Mark Tinker, who refuses to accept Aaron's towels because he doesn't agree with the RPA. So it's up to you as to whether or not you choose that. I think for completeness, I mean, let's face it, you're not going to go and sue Aaron if they've made a mistake. So yeah, my own personal belief is it's a bit, what's the word? Counterproductive. There you go. Any towels other than Aaron? The other one it doesn't also install is the AS0 towel for APNIC. You have to manually put that one in.
So it has created a local repository in this folder and also install the towels in this folder here. Right, so now let's go ahead and look at the configuration. So there are like options which comes with the default installation. The first thing is like expire. This tells like how long are you going to keep the entry if you're if the router session and the routinator sessions like is broken, then like how long is your router going to hold that entry of the RPKI, right? And it's the directory. And another thing is refresh, like how often do you want to query the RPKI routinator server from your router so that you have the latest entries of the RPKI. So what we do is, and another thing is retry. That is like an indication of how long a router client should wait before trying to refresh again. And another thing is strict is false, which means that whether we want to do strict validation or not. All right. So we'll go ahead and fetch the ROAS from the repository and save it into a file that is routinator.csv in the same folder. So it's basically using rsync. So it will go ahead and like try to rsync with like every RIRs using the tools that we've just installed. So it can take some time.
Yeah, it can take a little while because obviously it has to go and grab all of those rowers from all of those repositories, all the NIRs, the whole lot, and anybody who is running their own delegated. We did touch on yesterday that you can run your own delegated instance. There is a package called Krill for doing that, but it's a fairly big undertaking. You would need to make sure you've got somebody on. Number one, you'd have to make sure that you've got sufficient people on staff who understand Krill and understand how that works and what happens when it breaks. And number two, if you haven't got a lot of address space, is it really worth doing it? So the actual process for it is you actually then have to apply to APNIC, say, hey, I'm going to run my own repository, and then we create certificates, pass them down to you, and you run your own, and you're published as part of our TAL.
Right, so the rsync is
complete. Quickly, just at the top of your screen there, I just want to point that one out. SANOG. Where was it? There it is. McKay Comms. So their certificate's expired on that one. So the resources are marked as unsafe. There's another one there for somebody in Brazil, marked as unsafe. Most of CNNIC seems to be unsafe. This is usually due to a certificate issue. So I just thought I'd point that out whilst we're looking at that.
I think everyone is able to follow up to this step, right?
Hey, look at that. Somebody's posted some output.
Yeah.
What have we got?
So we just go ahead and look at the CSV file. Right.
Yeah, pipe it through a grep, look for your own AS. If you've got resources that are assigned.
This is the AS number, this is the resource, and this is the length, and this is the trust anchor. So there are plenty of them.
All right, how are we doing for time? We've got another half hour. So is everybody moving along all right?
If
we can see a couple are doing it.
If you're able to complete the step up to here, then I think we can install another alternator and then compare the output, right?
Yep. So maybe, which one? Probably Octo or Fort, doesn't really matter. Choose one of them. Fort is, I think, a slightly simpler install from memory, as it's yeah, it just needs libcrypto, some JSON, yeah, and there's a Debian package for it.
So we install Octo?
Either or, Octo or Fort.
Okay, I just would like to confirm if everyone is able to follow up to this step. I think we are good to go now.
Yeah, I think so. Let's move along.
Let's clear my screen here. And on the same machine, you can install another instance of I'll go ahead and install Fort.
Mm-hmm.
So just install some dependencies before we could move ahead and install the actual package and verify the OpenSSL version. So we are on version 1.1. So we first download, sorry. So if you copy and paste, sometimes it's not giving, it can cause error like this, right? So we just go to the GitHub Fort, and then for GitHub for Fort, and then download the dev package, Debian package. Go ahead and install the Debian package with apt install. So there is a configuration file. Which is a JSON file, and you can define the directory like we did earlier. So here is the tile folder and the local repository, and the server is listening on port 323. All right. So I used VI, but in the document it's written nano. So if you are comfortable with using either nano or VI, it's just to edit the file if you need any changes on it.
Just a note on some of this as well. So by default, Fort runs on port 323. Now, if you're running Ubuntu variant, any port below 1024 has to run as sudo. So we advise you change that port up to something over 1024 so it can run as a non-privileged user. The other mention in here, you'll notice there's a parameter called slurm, S-L-U-R-M. What your slurm file is like your exceptions. So if you wanted to whitelist a particular ASN and a specific prefix, say from one of your downstreams, for whatever reason, you can whitelist those entries, and that's what the slurm file is for. The correct answer would be to ask your customer to fix their rower, but be a customer at the end of the day, right? You're not going to want to do anything to the detriment of a customer. So the problem they're going to have is if somebody further upstream is doing ROV, route origin validation, they're going to be dropped anyway. So it's always in the best interest to get your customer to fix their rowers. So that's the purpose of the slurm file. Back to you, sir.
Okay, so we need to make some changes on the file. So we define basically define the server address, and we change the default port to 8323, and we also define some interval like refresh, retry, and expiry time that we discussed earlier in the when installing Routinator, right? And then the rows are going to save to a file so that we can be able to compare the earlier outputs. So I'll just go ahead and then delete these lines. You need to be root to edit this file. So here is the server address, that's your machine, and here is the port, and you define, actually let me make this a little bit clean.
I think that's why when Warren wrote this doco, he recommended people use Nano, because VI via this SSH, when you were double jumped like this,
Yeah.
doesn't translate keys properly. Goes back to classic VI.
So yeah, so we define the server, we define the port, and we define the refresh time, retry time, and expiry time. And we also define the file where we're going to save the ROAS. So just quit this. So before we install the ROAS, we also need to see if the tools are there. So there is like Afrinic tall, Epinic, Lacnic, and Ripe, and Erin is missing. So we go ahead and download that. Okay, so now we have sorry. This happens when you just copy and paste it, so sorry about that. So we have 5 of them: Epinic, Erin, Lacnic, Ripe. So we just go back to the home folder. And verify once again. So we have 5 of them. So next we are going to start the 4th server, validator server. If you go ahead and check the status. So the service is loaded, but the active is failed.
Might be a problem in the config file.
Yeah, that's what I think. Port configured session. Interval server.
One set of brackets too many down the bottom there, I think.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah, I think one of those is one too many. One counting right.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yep. Roll expire exit.
So I'm going ahead and then
Try restart. Still crashed.
done server. Server.
Rohit might be onto something. It might be a comma after the expire line. It's not in the doco though. Is that should? Yes, that should be the end of that array. So that should be all right.
Yes, this is an array.
Yeah, so that should be okay. This one, look, logs.
이거 뭐지 제일 가만한 거지? I think there should be a comma here. So this one is an array.
Just looking at the syslog. Operation not permitted.
Set device allow. I don't think anything wrong here, right? So this should not be here.
Found the problem. We're not going to be able to fix it. It's an
I think
issue
this
with
is this one is the problem.
Yeah, it's an issue with LXD. We've recently updated and we haven't run for a while in here. And obviously, it's using something that is not passed down to.
So should we try installing another one?
Yeah, maybe go with Ripe, even though it's been deprecated. I know that one doesn't rely on anything stupid. Octo has Java dependencies. That one can be a little bit painful.
Yeah, and even RP Ripe has like OpenJDK, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that should be a problem. So let me clear my screen and then.
Yeah,
So we are following this now. So we installed a Ripe validator. Okay, so then we check the version of the Java. So it's 11.09 and in the document it is 11.0.6. So we got ahead and download the latest version. So now next we go to Ripe FTP and download the validator tar file. Stable. 3.1 2020 806.
Just put the current one in the link. I think that's more correct. Yeah, And I've just put a new one over on chat. Go 3.2, 2012-10. It removed the one we were using.
Yes.
Someone's got their hand up over here. What have we got?
To make it directly first. And we just extract the tar file. Right.
Two lines.
So we extract the tar file into the directory we just created. Sorry. Not the old one, the new one. Pre-configured. Okay. So, like in the previous case, we do not have the Erin tile, so we just go ahead and download that one. Okay, and then we move. So if we go ahead and see, we have now 5 of them. And now we just run the validator. So it is there is a web interface on port 8080, and you can actually download the API, raw API in a CSV file, and then export. So we just go ahead and then
Yeah, it may not be there yet, so you might have to just do a tail-F on tail-F space out. You can see the progress as it's syncing up. So like with RouteNator, when you do that init, you can actually see it updating everything. Because this is running as a service, you're not watching it, it's not happening in real time, so you can't actually see it in the foreground. It's sitting in the background as a service. So at least with this, you can watch it as it does it.
so it's still downloading.
Yeah.
So it can take a while.
Yeah, again, take about 5 to 10 minutes maybe. So, yeah.
Just to ensure that everyone is following up to here, please take care when you actually copy and paste out of the PDF. So
Yeah, don't say that for my own health. Drives me nuts when I do that and wondering why things don't work.
I've just
That
pasted
should
in the
be there. Let's have a look and see if you've got any output yet.
I think that should
Control
be
C, that one.
yeah.
Yeah. Do another output of your right CSV, so that arrow twice, I think it was, or 3 times. Yeah. That's still empty, still going. For some reason, the ripe one takes a real long time. Route Nader's a lot quicker. Do I recommend Route Nader most of the time?
Yeah, it's easy and it's fast.
It's easy and it's fast. It's lightweight. Doesn't have fancy web interfaces or anything like that. Has got an API you can dig into, but it's pretty basic. But for most parts, it just works. A lot of the providers here are using Octo and Go Router from Cloudflare. But Route Nader does also seem to be the choice for a lot of them. Right, whilst that's happening, let me check and see who's missing off my lab list so I can remove their names and we can possibly open up some spots for some others.
Okay, so what we are trying to do here is we are installing 2 instances of a validator, and then we are going to compare like the outputs of the rows that they have faced. So we compare what we have faced in the routinator and we compare what we are facing in the ripe validator. So just to ensure that like 2 of them are the same, right? Maybe give it a try once again. Still not there. Dave, would you like to comment on like which one of the validators are better for use? You just said that.
I can't point to different things. I mean, Ripe's being deprecated anyway. Fort seems to be, whilst Fort's not working in our lab environment as of obviously this week, it does work well on bare metal or virtual without too much dramas. Obviously, don't run it in LXC, LXD, might give you a bit of an issue. Route Nader, as you saw, is pretty straightforward to set up and get running. Has all the usual knobs. You can actually run it in loose mode as well. which is a bit handy, whereas Fort, I don't think, has that option. It runs strict or strict. So yeah, that's my vote's usually for Routinator anyway. I do like the web UI for Ripe, handy for searching through stuff. So for me, it's Routinator. That's my preference. What about others? I know some of you out here have installed validators in your network. What do you guys think? What are you using? I keep losing my mouse. There it is. Okay. There we go. Now we're getting there. It's doing stuff. Oh God, it takes ages, that one.
I think it took me around like 20-25 minutes the first time.
Yeah, I forget how slow they are. Should have some output now. It looks like it's definitely pulled down some towels, some manifests. It's still going. Who's
Oh
that
yes,
one?
we have.
That's
Yep.
Brazil, yep.
So just like in the previous case.
Hey, look at that.
So we have AS number, the resource, and the max length, and the trust anchor. Right. So we've not downloaded all of them, but we have some of them. So still downloading in the background.
Alrighty. In the essence, or in the interests of trying to stay on time so that we don't run into the next session, we'll take a 10-minute break now. I will leave these labs open till this time tomorrow. So if you're doing the labs and you want to do those optional steps that we list at the end, where you're comparing the output of different validators, you can do that in your own time. They're just straight some diff and some awk commands just to reformat the output, because each one, as you can see, has different output. So we can normalize the output, and then we compare the results to see what we're getting between the two different validators. As I said, you're going to get different results from RouteNator to what you're going to get from RIPE, from what you're going to get from Octo. Octo and RouteNator are pretty close. Fort gives us this, because it runs pretty much in strict mode, only gives us those non-loose results. So if you've got one bad entry in a manifest, with Fort it will drop the entire manifest, whereas the others are a bit more relaxed. They can run in strict, but it comes down to what you're comfortable with. Are you happy to let those potential, are you prepared to dump a whole manifest file for one bad entry? That's what that comes down to. So let's have a break for 10 minutes. I'll run a timer, and then we can get started on our route origin validation lab. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spare spots. If anybody wants to do the ROV labs, I'll post the document link up. The ones that are highlighted in yellow, these people are not here. Well, not that I can see. Rashid, yes, we were getting a 404. There is a new version. I've posted the link a bit further back. Let me just find it. Please hold. I think we didn't update the document because it's being deprecated. So we're probably not going to be talking much about RIPE validator for much longer. So there's that new one there. So I'm just going to run a 10-minute timer. We'll have a 10-minute break because it will take about an hour to do this next lab, because you have to work together, right? Because we're doing BGP. What do we do with BGP in the real world? We talk to our neighbors. So I'll talk about how we do that when we're ready to go for the next section. So 10-minute break, have a stretch, and we'll come back. All right, looks like somebody was also trying Octo. Permission denied, you'll need sudo in front of that command. That's all that means. Okay. Now for our next labs. Let's have a look and see who I'm missing still. Fahad Ahmed is not here. I'll remove head from there. Right. Fahad, are you here, Fahad? Let's have a look. No, you're not. Yahya Khan, you're not here, I don't think. Nope. None of the Khans. So let me clean that up. Okay, so we've got a couple of spare spots for the route origin validation lab. Feel free to put your name down if you want to take those spots. Just cleaning it up now. These are people that signed up yesterday. No, cannot see you there. You are gone. Vishnu, are you here? You're not. Okay. So I've got 2 jump hosts running for this. Let me clean this up a bit. Let me push some of you people around. Control X, move you up to there so you fill that spot.
Control 27.46.
Control X, Control V, and Control X. Why don't jump around? Delete that, delete that. Okay, if you want to do the ROV lab, over to the Word doc, please scroll down and put your name in. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots left. Gear. The answer to that, if you're running this in our environment, we've got no web browsers, so you can't actually browse to it. So in normal world, you would actually have an interface that looks something like this. Where is it? Usually I thought I had it bookmarked. I might have taken it down. No, there it is. So this is what the web interface of the right validator looks like. So you can see, you can search in here. So I can search for one of my old prefixes. And there's some of my old announcements. You can search on ASN, you can look at anything there. you can actually look at the routers. So this is BGP preview. So these are things that, based from RIPE's route collector, they can see that those routes are actually in existence and they are there. You can also see your whitelist or your Slurm file. You can add to your ignore filters. And if you enter an ASN and a prefix here, oh, it's got this wrong way around. 3. Yes, you can look at the preview, so you can actually check and see that you are correct. And you can also see the status of the trust anchors. You'll notice here, APNIC, we have 11 bad objects, and we know what they are. They're going to be certificate revocation to do with CNNIC mostly. So that's what the web interface looks like if you're going to run the RIPE. But as I said, it's they've announced that it's being deprecated from July this year. So you can say goodbye to it. Right, so moving on. As I said, I've got a couple of spare spots here. 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Jump on in if you want them. You will need to work in pairs to do this lab. So let me go grab that lab. In this lab, we will be configuring routers in pairs. So router 13 will have a BGP session with, router 14, 15 with 16, 17 with 18, and 19 with 20. The point-to-points are listed for each router, plus the IP addresses for your validator interface, and the route that you are going to originate that I have got valid rowers for, okay? So AS 135533 has a valid rower for 6145.248.0/24. We have already set up and are running Routernator. That is the address of our validator. So I've already said you're going to work in pairs, and we actually have a connection to the validator. So the first thing you are going to do is on the jump hosts. Let me go and start those up, because I haven't started them yet. Bear with me 1 second. So in the Word doc again, I've got the jump host that you are using. Let me just start the Ubuntu session. Right, so I've just thought I had. No, there we go. I typed that properly, that works. Okay, so those jump hosts are now running. So you need to know what jump host you're going to. That's up the top here. Sorry, jump host 5 is not 46, it's 45. My mistake. Sorry, everybody. So once you have that, you are then going to connect to your router. So you'll use Telnet 192.168.30.254 space your assigned router 20, whatever the port number is, 13 through to 20. Once you are on there, do not go into the initial configuration dialog. These are clean, fresh, bright, shiny 7200s. Ignore all your usual errors you get from a Cisco when there's no config. You will need to go into enable mode. So go into enable and then conf T, configure T, if you are not familiar with Cisco. Then you are going to set up the first link, which is the link to the validator, which is on E11. Make sure that you use the correct IP address as per the chart back here in our lab note, okay? Oh, too far. You can either use the diagram or you can use this easy to read table. So if you're on router 13, your interface IP is going to be 192.168.30.13 through to 20. So we've tried to keep it simple. Once you have done that, back, you're going to verify you can ping the validator. Then you're going to set up your point-to-point interface to your neighbor. Make sure you have reachability to your neighbor. If you haven't, BGP will not come up. Then you are going to set up your BGP session with your neighbor. Again, make sure your session is up. Then you're going to null, so do a pull-up route for your assigned prefix. Don't forget to add the network statement to your BGP. And then you're going to check and make sure that you can see routes. But there is no point in bringing your BGP up until you have got your layer 3 connectivity. No layer 3, no BGP. So to make talking to everybody easier, or talking to each other, we have set up a Discord server so you can chat amongst yourselves and talk to your neighbors. That is here. If you have not used Discord before, it's a quick 5-second registration process, but click on that link. So do a control click from the Word document. I did paste it back here, way back. Let me just copy and paste it out of here. I'll put it into chat for you. Please hold. There we go. That is the link for the Discord server. Go and join the Discord server and connect to the channel that is relevant for you. So if you're on Jump Host 5, go into the Jump Host 5 channel. If you're Jump Host 6, go to Jump Host 6. Mutawakil, if you don't have a neighbor, which it doesn't look like you do, you may want to do router 16 as well. All right. Unless somebody else puts their hand up to do another router. 72 people in attendance here right now. And I've only got 8, 9, 10, 11 people doing the lab. Cannot telnet. Okay, let me have a quick look and see why that is. Please hold.
You will also need to specify your port number. I mean, if you are going on router 13, then you have to use port number 2013.
2013, correct. That's on Jump Host 6. Let me just try it. Telnet. I thought I tried these. 192.168.30.254. Let me go to 2017. I know no one's there. Yep, no, I'm getting it. So you must be missing the port number. Let's go out of here. Let me go back to 46. Yep, no, there's no problem there. Let me just check on jump host 5. I'm pretty sure that was okay as well when I tested earlier. Yep, that's all working. Beautiful. All right. So hop to it, everybody. Jump in. Make sure you're in Discord as well so you can talk to your neighbors in Discord. I will also be floating in Discord, as will Dibia. So if you have any questions, just holler out in your channel. Make sure you talk to your lab partners. I agree, this is much easier to do in face-to-face because we'll try and make sure you're sitting next to each other, right? Or behind each other. This is the closest I can do. No, Naveen. Rupesh, you going to do a lab as well? I see you're in the Discord.
Neeraj, can you try once again logging
No,
into...
Dave.
Neeraj, can you try logging into the router, please, again? The password for Zoomforce is training, and the username is Epinic.
Correct. Same as all the labs, Apenic and training.
So I see that the problem with resolving FTP.write.net seems to be a short while problem. I'm not sure about that one, but if you can continue the another lab, the routinator is already active. So just have to configure the routers and speak with the neighbors.
Okay, I've got router 3, 6, and 13, 16, and 20 are all logged in over on jump 5. Where's everybody else? Five.
Sorry.
Screen. 13, 16, 20. Where's 14, 15, 17, 18, and 19 on jump host? Where's that one? Jump host 5. Jump host 6, 15 and 16. So who's on 13 and 14? Who's on 13? 13's not there yet. Let's have a look at the list. You're under a time pressure for this. We've only got another 30 minutes. Sadhu Raman, where are you? Indra, thanks for doing 16.
Twenty, 16, 15, 14.
$13, $16, $20, $19, $14, $15, $17, $18. If you are on routers 13, 16, 20, 13 and 16, if your neighbor is not there, go and configure the other router. 19 and 20 look to be okay on jump 5, so you guys are fine. Talk to each other in Discord. Same with router 14 over on jump host 6. Router 13 doesn't show up. Go and configure router 13. If you might go and configure router 13. Come on, there we go. Validator is up. Not seeing many people doing the lab in the in Discord. How else are you going to be able to communicate issues with your neighbor if you can't talk to your neighbor? Unless they're physically sitting next to you in your office, it's going to be very difficult. So make sure you're in Discord. All right, router 13. I think I'm still waiting on router 14. Yes, I'm up. You beauty. I can start working on my BGP now. Uranus 135534. Okay, let me go and add my pull up route. 61, 45, 2, 48, 0. Punch that to null. Yep. Hey, look at that. We're out of 14 on jump 6. I think you're using the wrong ASN. Check your remote AS statement. Wrong OS. Ahmad Khan, you need to follow the lab guide, sir. Which is this one here. I'm just going to paste it into chat for you. Turn my console log back on. Who's Fort? Just going to go and have a look over here at 2014. Somebody reboot router 5. Hold on 1 second. I'll just quickly go and restart that router.
So for each of the jump hosts, there are routers from R13 to R20. So if you are on jump host 6, you can access the same way as you do for another jump host. So just telnet and specify the port number. For example, if you are on router 17, then that should be like 192.168.30.254, and the port number is 2017.
You have a look at the shared screen. I'm doing it right now. Someone's already doing something on that one. Might have to move to 18. Fahad. Fadet Ahmed Khan. Looks like, yeah, somebody's already doing work on that one. Jump host 5, looks like we've got progress. Router 15 and 16 seem to be coming along nicely. Got 9 minutes left in this session before we really have to break. As we want to start eating into lunch, which I'm happy to do. Okay, let's go have a look at router 15 on jump 5. Here we go. So telnet 168.30.254.201.5. Right, so your neighbor. Okay, everyone looking at the screen. We'll explain something here. Let me see if I can do this. Yes, I can. I can notate. I think. Can I notate? No, I can't. That's a shame. Right. Looking over at the screen. Now, Naveen is on router 15. He has a neighborship with 16. Now, router 15, your valid network is 61.45.250/24. But you also are originating 254.0 and 255.0. Is that correct? Let's have a look. I'm going to loop back. So show IP route. Yep, so you're doing pull-ups for 250, 254, 255. And Naveen said to me in Discord, why am I coming up as valid for my invalid routes? Anything that you, look at this next hop. Next hop is 0.0.0.0, which is you. So what that is telling us is that that route is originated by you. Therefore, it is automatically valid. No ifs, buts, or maybes. If you originate it from a validation standpoint, it is valid. Now, I wonder if R16 is available for me to look at. Let's have a look. Control that. see if I can jump into 16 on jump host 5. Now we haven't gotten to the stage of doing the validator yet. I'm guessing, Faisal, you got your session. Show run sec BGP. Yeah, okay. You haven't set the validator up yet. I don't think. No, validator's not set up yet. So let's go on. I'll quickly do that. Where's my mouse gone? There it is. Show run sec BGP. Yeah, it's definitely not there. Config router BGP 135536. And we want to do BGP RPKI server TCP 192.168.30.240 port 3323, and we'll do a refresh of 600. That should be right. Let's do show IP BGP RPKI servers. And we have a connection. Yes, we do. Cool. So let's go back and we'll have a look at that route table now. Okay. Now you can see these invalids that Naveen is pushing down to us, right? And because we've already said that we're going to allow BGP to use this for best path selection, they are in our route table. With the Cisco default behavior, that is what happens. That it doesn't allow that. So if we wanted to drop those invalids, what we'd do is we could actually go, as I don't feel like typing, address family IPv4, and do a no BGP best path prefix validate allow invalid. And because I'm in a hurry, clear those BGP sessions. There we go. That's all I want. IP route. And they are no longer in our route table. They are flagged as invalid. They have not been added to the route table. But you can still see them being offered to us. So, as we said early on, that this is a discussion that you have to have with you and your customers and the rest of your team as to whether or not you want to be dropping invalids on day 0. But it also means you need to understand the default knobs and the default settings of your particular router, of your particular platforms you're using. So if you were going in Cisco iOS and you didn't know that it dropped those straight away, you could be in for a world of pain. So that's why we also include that in the lab guide. So does everyone understand why Naveen saw those routes? Why Naveen still had, I'll scroll back far enough, I'm hoping I'll have it. Yes, I do. So do we all understand why this next hop is valid and it's being installed? That's a pretty important point. If you originate an invalid route, it is still installed because you're originating it, all right? Okay, it's now 4:30 here, which means I'm probably at, what's that, 12:15 there. That sounds right to me, which means you are all due for lunch. Like I said, I'm happy to stick around for a bit if those doing the lab want to continue, but there is another session starting in 45 minutes, making a story from system logs, from images. So we need the room cleared for that.
Yeah.
So I'll stick around for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Could I also ask?
15 minutes.
So I could also ask that if possible, could you please do the survey so that we know here at AP NIC that what we're offering in terms of subject matter and everything else is appropriate and you are getting something out of this training. So I've just posted that link up into chat. Just take 5 minutes, go through, rate the training and give us suggestions. So that would be most helpful to us. So as I said, I'll stick around for about another 10 minutes. So if anybody has any questions about the labs, then we can go from there. All righty. What I got here? Alan Gear, let's have a look. I cannot ping response 17. Yep. Also, as a side note, we are running this training again here at AP NIC next week. So have a look at it over there. We have a bit more time to do labs and stuff for that one. So that's also on our training wiki, as is all of our training. So that's next Tuesday and Wednesday. Dibia, have you got anything you want to add?
So yes, we're still here. I mean, for the next 10 minutes or so. So I think that should be it, right? Because the lab is straightforward.
The lab is pretty straightforward. I'll leave these labs open as well overnight. I'll shut them down tomorrow. So feel free, if you've got time to come back to it later, go and have a look. I'll leave all 30 of those containers open for the validator installations. So there's still a few spares down the end which haven't been used. And there's a couple of routers here that aren't complete or aren't even touched. So feel free to go in and have a look at those. follow the lab guides along. It really isn't that hard. So feel free to do that.
So in the Zone Post 6, I actually have configured router 19 and 20. So if you guys, so if you guys want to have a look, and if you think there is something missing in your configuration, then
and have a look at the outputs so you can understand what the output looks like. Alrighty, I think I'm going to close this session out for me. Thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks for those that did participate in the labs. I hope you've realized that RPKI and route origin validation isn't as scary as it needs to be. Whilst, yes, you can do things that could be detrimental to your network, if you are careful and you do some testing first, you'll find it's pretty straightforward. So set it up in a lab, send yourself a full feed from one of your other routers and test it. Make sure that what you are seeing is what you are expecting to see, and it's not going to be detrimental to your customers. That is the most important thing. And as usual, my usual rules with this sort of stuff, don't do it on a Friday afternoon. You want to be able to have a weekend. And advise your customers. Make sure you communicate with your downstream customers, especially if you're going to be doing any route origin validation on those access links. Last thing you want to do is cut a customer off. So profile the network, understand what traffic you are seeing. When you're doing your route origin, your rower setup, make sure you are actually listing those rowers for the correct AS that you're originating from. So if you've got network addresses in your that are attached to your access AS, but for some reason you're originating from your transit AS, follow your announcements, follow the routes. If in doubt, check in route views or another route collector out there and see what they are seeing. Make sure that the origin AS matches, make sure your max length is matching. So you do all those steps, then you shouldn't have any problems with this. As always, we have our community trainers mailing list as well. So if you get stuck with any of this, flick me email to community trainers@apnic.net, and one of our many experienced community trainers who are still operationally active can help you out. We, all the trainers here also monitor that list so we can add input as well. But thanks for the last 2 days, everybody, and happy ROAing and RPKIing. I'll just pop that address in there. Excellent. Thanks, everybody. As I said, I'll leave the labs open till tomorrow morning, so feel free to have a play with them. Don't reboot the routers. They're running on Dynamips. Dynamips doesn't like being restarting the routers. So if you reboot a router, it's gone. All righty. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Dave.
And thanks, Divya. And thanks to SANOG as well for hosting us.
आधी घंटा बसो So one thing I'd like to remind everyone is like we are starting another session in next 30 minutes, and if you are still doing labs and then you have questions, please do not post it in the chat because that will be another session, so we won't be able to answer you, but feel free to use that another chat we had. I think that will be also open until tomorrow, so thanks to all for joining. Hi everyone, just to confirm that the Discord will still work until tomorrow, so you can still have conversations with your neighbors and then fix issues if there are any. Imtihaz. Hello, Kavir bhai.
Hi Divya, good afternoon. Imtiaz is
Afternoon.
having some issue with his connectivity. Did you mention anything about any experiment or something like that?
So actually, we talked in the morning, and then he tested his mic. So I thought it was good enough. So right now I don't see him. That's why I'm
Yeah, I was having
asking
some
you.
discussion with him a couple of minutes back.
Uh-huh. What do you think then? I mean,
His
if
link is not working. I mean, his link is not getting him to the Zoom. Imtiaz, কি অবস্থা? একই রকম। So তোমার ওখানে কি তোমার কোম্পানি ব্লক করে দিছে or anything? So আচ্ছা কি করা বলো তো? রিবুট দিছো তুমি মেশিনটা? মেশিন রিবুট দিছো?
or कुछ हो गया? Asan.
Okay, Divya, do we have the next speaker in line? Can he deliver the speech instead of Imtiaz in case he cannot make it?
I'm checking if Riaz is online, but I don't see him online as well.
Yeah, I don't see Hassan. No.
A mess.
I mean, I would be suggesting laptop reboot if.
Yeah, he
that-
already did that.
Okay. And we're connected to the data center in Germany still, as we were yesterday, so shouldn't be an issue.
তুমি কি ডেটা দিয়ে কানেক্ট করতে পারো? এছাড়া অন্য কোনো মেসেজ আসছে? না, ওটা তুমি অ্যাটেন্ড করোনি বলে তারা করছে। It doesn't matter.
It is kind of odd that it would work in the morning, but not now.
You are attending.
I mean, is there another network he could try? I mean, I wasn't going to suggest
Unfortunately, he
tethering to
doesn't
mobile
have
phone and
problem.
using that. But
তুমি কি ওখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যেতে পারো আশেপাশে কোথাও? এই অপশনটা নাই। তুমি তো বাসায়। Oh, he's trying from his home.
Okay. So if we can only do an audio, then we can play slides from here.
অথবা আনইনস্টল করে আবার নতুন করে ইনস্টল করে দেখো না কোথাও কোনো ফায়ারওয়ালে আটকাচ্ছে কিনা বা সামথিং। Now Zoom is saying connecting. Okay. So
Sorry.
নতুন কোনো ইউজার আছে তোমার ল্যাপটপে?
Some
কানেক্টিং বলে বসে আছে? আই থিংক তুমি একটু দাও আনইনস্টল করো করে নতুন করে ইনস্টল করো।
Zoom issue I there. Laptop.
লিঙ্ক থ্রিতে চিনি না কাউকে এখন। তোমার তো time just it's 15. So you just try to uninstall it and install again. Otherwise, I think we have to drop your session. There is no other way. We don't have much time, so do hurry.
I mean, can he go to a neighbor and use their Wi-Fi?
Uh,
Or can he tether to a mobile phone if he's got data, a lot of data? Would that work? I mean,
I
even if we just get audio, Dibya can run the slides from his end.
Yes, I can run the slides.
he can't even connect to Zoom with his data and with his. Perhaps there is something wrong with the laptop. No. So, guys, let us wait for another 5-10 minutes. Meanwhile, if anyone can communicate with Hassan, uh, anyone here who's adjacent to a neighbor to Hassan can knock him.
Slide पनि तान्नु पर्यो नि त्यहाँ मेरो पेन ड्राइभ मैले तपाईँलाई दिएको थिएँ हो र सबमिसनमा जानु पर्यो नि त अहिले के हो Kabir bhai, can you check your message on WhatsApp? I just sent you a note. Hi everyone, thanks for joining after the break session. We're still having some problems, technical problems. So we'll wait another 5 minutes before we start.
I can see Imtiaz is online now. Imtiaz, can you talk?
Hello.
Hi
Yeah.
Imtiaz.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry, I have a issues here. Uh,
So, are you on your mobile or from your laptop?
yes. Yeah. I'm from. No, I'm from connected with my mobile phone. So
Uh,
hotspot.
Want us to run your slides, or you can do it on your own?
I think I can run my slides, but there will be issues with voice maybe.
so Imtiaz, I just promoted you to the panelist, so you must be able to share your video and the slides.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Fine. But there are some interruptions in the voice. Should I continue?
Yeah, please carry on. All the people are waiting for you.
Okay. So let me share my screen first. Okay. To share the and my browser. Right. Sure. So hope you can see my screen now.
Yes,
We
we
can.
can see a screen and hear your voice as well. So without any further
Okay,
delay, I think you
so
can start.
yeah, okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Imtiaz from Dhaka. So sorry for the interruption. I have some network issues here. So and welcome to my session making story from system logs with Elastic Stack. So we all run some sort of systems or services in our environment, and all those systems actually generating logs. So the problem started when we try to find out some events or some incidents from those logs, because each logs has its own format. So they are not following the same format. Like HTTP is not like DNS. IDS log is not similar to syslog. So what we need first for an analysis or finding the story from those logs, we need to put all those logs in a centralized location where we can do the analysis and in a common format. So one of the greatest feature of Elastic Stack is it can act like a centralized logging servers. So what is a centralized logging system? Or let's see what is Elastic Stack is. So basically, it was known as ELK stacks. So which is a combination of three software: Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. And later on, there are another software, small pieces of software called bits added in the stack, and that main as Elastic Stacks. Now we know the stacks as Elastic Stacks. So among all those softwares, Elasticsearch is actually a workload database. You can store your all logs here and can analyze this from here. Logstash is actually working like an ingest. You have unstructured log. You can make those logs structured with the help of Logstash, and you can store the Logstash in Elasticsearch with structured log. Kibana is the user interface where you can actually see your logs. You can view your infrastructure. You can view your network. You can tell people that what is happening inside your network, and it has the user interface for the stack. And making the story, we can make it from Kibana. And I already told that Bits is actually a lightweight data shipper, which actually install in your end devices in the servers. Through Bits, you can forward the logs. So I have detailed slides for each of these softwares. Now let's first see what Elasticsearch is. It's a full text-based distributed NoSQL database. NoSQL database means instead of storing data in row and column, in Elasticsearch, the data are stored like not in row and column. They have some other formats. Elasticsearch is written in Java and it's built on Apache Lucene. So Apache Lucene is actually a software library which is actually used by many other software which actually deal with big data like Hadoop, like MongoDB. So it's actually software library for searching software library. And Elasticsearch mainly used for log analytics, because if you have huge types of logs, relational database or traditional database won't give you that purpose. That it will take time to query the things from that. But NoSQL database is more faster than a relational database. So you can make search for security intelligence. You can use Elasticsearch for business analytics, operational intelligence, and many other things. And Elasticsearch actually support REST API. REST API means you can interact with Elasticsearch from your software with get, put, post, and delete, those sort of things. And for searching the data, like I told you, that data is stored as documents and data is separated into fields. So if you make a relation with a traditional database, this is like it looks like. There are rows in relational database, which is we are calling these documents, and there are columns in relational database, which is actually the fields. So to memorize all things easily, I make a comparison of relational database and the Elasticsearch. So Database is actually, we call database in relational database, but in Elasticsearch, we call it indexes. For table, we call it type, and row and record in the relational database, here it is documents. Column name means fields. Type is actually deprecated. There is only one type in current version of Elasticsearch, that is called doc. So that is the only type of Elasticsearch. Let's see some terminology of Elasticsearch. So Elasticsearch can be installed as a single node or can be installed in a cluster. In a production environment, it is recommended that you install Elasticsearch as a cluster environment. So node is just something, you have Elasticsearch installed in a server and you have the node. So that is called a node. Okay. Elasticsearch is running in your server, that is a node. And a combination of node making a cluster. So joining a cluster, the cluster name is important. All the nodes should follow the same cluster name, joining in the cluster. Index, as I as I told already, that index is the database or for relational database. So it's a collection of documents. So and each document is actually a log entry. So a collection of documents actually creates the index. The shard is the important part of Elasticsearch, because when you create an index behind the scene, the index are divided in the shards. Elasticsearch put the index in the shard. So currently there are two types of shards, primary and replica. When you create an index in a cluster environment, by default, Elasticsearch creates one primary shard and one replica shard for each index. So if you have 4 servers, there will be 2 primary shards and two replica shards, and so on and so forth. Works like that. Let's see how it works. Here is a 2-node cluster, node 1 and node 2. Each of those nodes actually running Elasticsearch instance. The moment you create the index, it's divided the index like this: shard 1 in node 1 and replica 1 in node 2. So if node 1 goes down, you will have your data from node 2. So that is how it works. The moment you create another index, it is replicated like this. Could be in node 2 and the replica will be in node 1. So data is always available. So that's why it is recommended to install Elasticsearch in an environment like this, in a clustered environment instead of single node instance. So as I call you, the documents is actually the log entry. So it actually contains the field and value. Each document has metadata. It has index, ID, and the source. This is how our index looks like. So the index name, net flow, you can see the index name here, and the type is always stocks. It has a unique ID and a version, and the rest of the source is the actual data, which is sent from your server or from your other's device or from your applications. So that is actually that is how documents looks like. You can create index per day, per month basis, or if you have a large volume of data, then you can create indexes per hour basis also. This is how index looks like. Like this is a per day index, net flow data. So 8, 9 per day. Each day it creates one index and the syslog. So you can define the name, or if you use beats, then beats has its own naming convention for indexes. So this is actually the whole scenario. You have index. The indexes are divided in shards, and each shards contain a collection of documents. This is the basic things of background thing of Elasticsearch. This is how Elasticsearch actually works. Let's see the installation. So there are actually 2 types of installation available in Elasticsearch: a hosted Elasticsearch, and you can install it in your own hardware. So if you have Elastic Cloud, hosted Elasticsearch means you can run it in the cloud. So Elastic Cloud, AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure is available for installing the Elasticsearch. You don't need to do anything, just logging and run the instance. You'll get a 14-day free trial. After that, all options are open for 40 days. After that, you have to pay. Or if you have your own hardware, you can install it. Linux and Macs, Windows, everything is available. There are dev, RPM, through Docker version. Docker container is also available for it. So this is an installation example of Ubuntu. Take it from the Ubuntu. So you need to install Java first, then simple thing, JPG key, and you need to add the repo for Elasticsearch, then update and apt install Elasticsearch. So Elasticsearch will be installed. Another example is Docker example. To me, if you are familiar with Docker, so you already know how to run the container. But if you're not, my personal opinion is if you want to play something new, go for Docker. Run the container. If you like it, plan for the next one. If you don't, just throw it out. So it will be easier to run the instance in Docker. So you need to pull the image from the Elasticsearch. They have all the options and all their softwares Docker's version. So if you can run a single node cluster like Docker run, these -p is actually showing the ports, which port will be exposed to the outside of the PC. So user can access using these ports. And discovery.type is single node. Single node means it will run only a single node of cluster and then the image name. This is how a single container will be run, which contain the Elasticsearch. And this is a bit advanced version. If you have Docker Compose, you can actually run a cluster environment. There are two nodes, ES01, ES02, and you can mention the Elasticsearch image name, the container name, and the ports, the environment, which type of networks it will use, and what types of volumes it will use for storing the data. So that's how you can actually run the Elasticsearch. The configuration part is usually in Ubuntu. The default location is elasticsearch.yml. User share config elasticsearch.yml. The file name is same for every version. If you use Windows, elasticsearch.yml. If you call macOS, it's the same. But the location could be changed. So this is actually key configuration elements. If you want to install a single node, the discovery type equals single node. You have to mention it. This is the default port for Elasticsearch. And network.host 0.all means if you have multiple interface in your server, so and if you want all your interface is available for Elasticsearch, you can just put 0.0.0. Or if you want to specify the IP address of the server, you can specify it here. For cluster name is important thing, and discovery is what are the nodes. You have to put others nodes name here, and is that node will be a master or not, you can define it from this file. And after installing your Elasticsearch, that's it. You have to test it that whether it is working or not. Just put a simple curl HTTP command. So it will give you that these types of output. Tagline will be for search. If you see that tagline that for search, your Elasticsearch is now working. Look at that. This is actually the node name and the cluster name and the version. All other information is here. So that is all for Elasticsearch. Now see what Logstash is actually. So it's actually free and developed and maintained by Elastic. You can integrate Logstash with Beats. With using Beats, you can send, like I told you, Beats is a data shipper which actually installed in the server, and it can send logs to your Elasticsearch. So you can directly send the logs to Elasticsearch, or you can send the logs in Logstash for further processing. So yes, it is integrated with Elasticsearch. It can input data in the Elasticsearch, and the very beauty of Logstash is it has tons of plugins. Now this is the stage of Logstash. It has 3 stages. When it get logs from some end devices, it actually passes the 3 stages. So it has input, filter, and output. Input is the filter that it's actually catching the logs, how it will catch the logs. So there are type, there are port. You can mention that, hey, send the logs in this port. So the logs text with listening on that port, and when it got the logs, it will start processing. So there are other filters like bits, file. You can just load a simple file in the logs test, syslog data, UTP, SNMP, and there are others, many more. Filter is the place where you can actually process your log. This is a place where you can actually tell logs that hi, hey, I want my logs like this way. And it is also have lots of filter like HTTP, like key value, XML, JSON, and many more. And the output is how you want to store that log. You can, for this case, I'm showing it that it will store the log in Elasticsearch, and this is the index. It will create the name. You can choose the name. This is how it will be a daily index. So daily basis it will create it. But if you like, you can put the logs in other format like CSV, like file, like HTTP or STDL, many other things you have. Now, this is how Logstash actually work. We call it actually pipeline, and it has a .conf extension. Now, here the filter, it has a grok pattern. The grok pattern is actually the language or something you tell it that through grok pattern you can process your logs, like send some unstructured log, use grok pattern, you can make it structured. The syntax for a grok pattern is like that. It has a syntax and is a semantic. Syntax is that it's like types of variable, like supports IP, it supports word, it supports URL, it supports date, it supports number, and the semantic is the name of the field you want to give it. Let me show you an example so it will be clear to you. This is a part of a raw log, which maybe send some devices. This is a part of a raw log. So we can see that there is an IP address, there is a method, and there is a page and some numbers. Now I want to make these logs meaningful, right? And how I will do it using the grok pattern. So this is actually grok pattern. Like, see that this value I put it in the IP, and this get in the method. There are URI path param, which is the request, and the bytes and the duration it takes. So this is actually how you can manage your logs. You can make your log structured, and when you got the output for your search, it will looks like this. Right? It's a JSON output, so you can easily put it in the log stash in the Elasticsearch. Let me show you another example. The Logstash rock debugger is actually another thing for debugging the logs. So I'm not sure whether I can show you the demo because I have some issues with connectivity. So this is actually in the Kibana, you will find a grok debugger. You can put the sample data, and then here you can write your grok pattern, and you can test it before going to send it to the logs test that your pattern is working or not. It will send you an output like this. So this is actually grok pattern, grok debugger. But Logstash installation, it has binaries available. So you can download the binaries, and tar.dz is also available, dev, zip, RPM, yum, upget, everything is available, and obviously the Docker container. So this is another example of taking from Ubuntu. So similarly to Elasticsearch, the key and the transport and add the repo and update and the install. So this is just no rocket science. The way we install the other softwares in Ubuntu is the same. And obviously, if you want to run it in the Docker container, pull the image. Logstash has all version of image is Dockerized version. And this is, you can run the container, a simple single container with Docker. And Docker has another option called Docker file, where you can actually do some more modification. You can collect the, you can pull the image and do your own configuration. You can load your own configuration with these options. And this is Kibana, the user interface and most interesting part of the Elastic stacks. Think for a scenario that you have logs for a single host. The logs are coming and you need to find some information or some events from these logs. Now you have options, right? Like every sysadmin should already know those options, that we can use cap, we can see those logs with tail, we can grep it, or we can open it some text editor like VIM Nano, or in the Windows, we can use event viewer. From there we can see the logs, we can tell, okay, so this is what happened here. But think of a scenario when you have different types of systems. You have multiple logs. The first thing is it's an IDS log. The second thing is an HTTP logs. How you will do that? The correlation, right? It is difficult to find out some events or some incidents from these types of logs, because you now have multiple systems, right? You need to correlate that what happened. The traffic came to your router, then to your IDS, then to your firewall, then to your server. How you will make the correlation, right? So for multiple sources in CLI, this is difficult for doing the correlation, right? Also, searching and filtering is quite difficult thing. Not saying that it's not impossible, but yes, it's very difficult. You have to go server by server, device by device, to search that incidents or that event, and you don't have any visualization for that. No visualization, only the raw logs you have. So Kibana is actually for visualization. You can make dashboards like this, so where you can see that from where your traffics are coming and from where your traffic are going, how many events are there happening, what are the service currently running inside your infrastructure, and which services actually consume which type of how many bandwidth or how many resources, and which users are currently logged in or doing something. So this is Kibana is for visualization. Actually, you can tell the story from here. The installation of Kibana is like Elasticsearch. There are two options. One is hosted, and the other one is own hardware. So if you have Linux and Macs, you can install Kibana. And there is also the dev RPM, MSI, Brew, and the Docker version is also available. For the cloud, you can install like Elasticsearch, AWS, GCP, Azure, all are available. Nothing to install, just log in and run your instance. You will get free 14-day trial. You need to just forward the logs to your cloud, and it's all right. It's all done. You just need to do anything, no installation. This is the Ubuntu options for installing Kibana. So the same thing, you need to add the repo and the key and update and install Kibana. It will install instantly. It will install in your environment. For Docker, you need to pull the image first, and for a single instance, you can run the Kibana. 5601 is the default port for Kibana, and this is the Docker Compose version. If you want to make more configuration, or if you want to load your own configuration, then you can use Docker Compose. You can tell that this container depends on this other container, and these are the networks which you want to use, and you can run the Kibana in Docker Compose. In Docker Compose, you can actually, usually we use Docker Compose if we want to run multiple types of container and the containers are connected with each other. Docker Compose is the best solution for that. The configuration of Kibana is that this is the default file, kibana.yaml in every version. Kibana.yaml is the file name, but the location could be changed for Windows and other software. So this is the actually key configuration element. The server name and the host 0 means if you have multiple interface like the Elasticsearch and you want to access Kibana from all your interfaces, you can just mention the server host in 0 here. And this is the Elasticsearch host, which host it will connect. If you have a cluster environment, you can define all the hosts here in this format. So after installing Kibana, you can go to your workstation.
We are not hearing you.
Imtiaz, are you there?
I think we lost him. Hi, Imtiaz. Are you still there?
Somebody has his mobile number, maybe we can call him. It's funny that audio's stopped, but video keeps going.
His number is getting busy. We are getting his number busy. Perhaps
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Imtiaz.
Yeah. Sorry again. Can you see now?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. So like I told you that Elasticsearch. So this is the tools, and this is it will generate a PKCS12 certificate. So PKCS12 certificate means that it's a bundle of software, bundle of files. So the key, the X509 certificate, all are bundled with PKS12.p12 file. And this is the configuration. After enabling the, after generating those certificate, you need to modify your Elasticsearch.yaml file, and these are the installation directives which you need to put in your file. That security is enabled. You need to tell the security is enabled is true, and transport true, and the certificates path and the certificate names. So after that, you have to enable the, you have to use another utility which comes with Elasticsearch, that Elasticsearch setup passwords for activating the default users. You need to set up the password for the users. So Elasticsearch setup passwords is a tools which comes with Elasticsearch, and it has two options: auto or interactive. If you choose auto, the Elasticsearch will choose the password for you, and it will looks like this. And if you choose the interactive, then you have options to choose the password. So you can mention your own password here. So after that, this is the actually the built-in users. They have their fixed set of privilege, and like I told you already, that cannot be authenticated or used without set up the credentials. So Elastic is the default user, and it's the super user, and there is another user for Kibana to connect and communicate with Elasticsearch. There are others users which is actually used when storing monitoring information in Elasticsearch. You can monitor your clusters, and you can use those users for passing data or all other things. So after that, you need to after enabling the TLS and enabling the default user, you need to configure your kibana.yaml file. The file looks like this. You just need to add these two directives for in that file, that elasticsearch.username, the username, and the password for your password. And after that, if you again go back to your desktop, and you can hit that with your IP or DNS name and the port, it will looks like this. So you can now use the username and password to access the Kibana, and you can define the role-based access control, that which user will get which types of log and which types of dashboards is visible to him. So that sort of thing. So the thing is that bits. So like I already told you, bits is actually a lightweight data shipper, which actually install in your servers, and through bits you can forward logs to your Elasticsearch or in Logstash. So as I told you that it's available in Linux, Windows, and Macs. The configuration is very easy, little bit of configuration, and there are lots of bits products available in Elasticsearch, in Elastic Stack. So audit bit, metric bit, file bit, packet bit. So audit bit is for doing the auditing, and metric bit is for collecting the metric. Winlog bit is only for Windows traffic, and packet bit is for monitoring the network traffic. And base installation, I have one example of base installation in audit bit. So this is how you can actually download. In Kibana, there are very good documentation about installing
That's a very big sigh.
We lost him completely. We still have 15 minutes until the end of the session, so should we wait?
Well, asking the same question, is Hassan ready for the next one?
I do not see him as well. I do not see him go away.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Imtiaz. Yes, we can hear you.
Well,
Please
yeah,
continue.
I'm very sorry. There, I got again disconnected. Okay, so this
I
is
think you have only 10 minutes, so go fast. Make it in conclusion as early as possible so that we can hear you.
okay. I told you that this is the default installation of audit bit file, and you need to mention your Elasticsearch source. If you have username and password and security enable, you can just pass this here and host which host is needs to connect it, and that's it. It will send the data. And the audit bit is that simple that you need to set up. The setup will actually create the dashboards and all other things in the Kibana, and then service audit bit start. It will start the service and start sending the logs to the log stash, and in sorry in Elasticsearch, and in Kibana. You can, there is a place you can actually check the data, that is there any data received from that bit. If you say that data successfully received, so that it's received actually. Final thing is Elastic Alert. Elastic Alert is actually not a part of Elastic Stack, but to do the real-time monitoring, real-time alerting, you can use Elastic Alert. So it's a simple framework for alerting on anomalies, spikes, or other patterns, and it's actually developed by a company named Yelp. So there are events like frequency types, there are spike, and you can define blacklist, whitelist type, and flatline, like the usual number of traffic is lower, or usual number of traffic is much higher. Both condition you can just send an alert, and you can send the alert in email, in Jira, HipChat, Slack, and so on and so forth. Many platforms are supported. So installation is actually you need Python. For that, many people install it in Python virtual environment. So in that way, you can also install it. You have to install the setup, the by install, and then the Elastic package. And you need to define which version of Elasticsearch you are using actually here. And configuration is that it has a configuration file, and you have host, ELK host, and the port number, user, and the password. And after installing and configuring, you have Elastic create index. It will create the index in the Elasticsearch. You will connect with the Elasticsearch and it will create the index. In that index, it will hold the alert information, that how many alert it sends or what types of alert it sends, that sort of information. Those information can be also visible through Kibana. This part is unfortunately for my network connection. I cannot actually show you the demo right now, but I have planned to show you the demo that from, as I told you, that running and stack is easy way is a Docker compose. So I have a setup in Docker. So, and the audit bit, I have 2 more servers for sending logs, the audit bit and the FIM, and finally making a real-time alert in the Slack channel. So this was actually my demo environment. I have a one big Ubuntu server. In that Ubuntu server, I installed Docker and I run 4 Docker containers, 2 Elasticsearch nodes, and Elastalert and Kibana for visualization. I have 2 servers here which install bits, and like this server is actually behind a firewall, and these 2 servers are open, so you cannot just everyone can access that server. So I intentionally leave that open so it can generate some traffic, and when a pattern match, I will send the real-time alert in the Slack. But for my network connectivity, I'm very sorry that I cannot show you the demo right now. So that's actually in my presentation. So if you have any questions, you can now ask it, or you can drop a mail.
Hi, Imtiaz. Actually, you have a question in the QA chat box.
Yeah, please. Okay. Here in the chat box. Okay. No, I cannot see any questions here.
Okay, let me read it for you. I have one. It's Manoj Odhikari from Bhutan. He asked 4 questions actually, 4 numbers. First one is I have Waju with Kibana, which is basically Elasticsearch, right? He asks whether it is right or wrong. I need to monitor mostly Windows devices and servers and only few Ubuntu. However, have different network devices as well. Waju should serve the purpose, right? So did you hear me?
Yeah, but your voice is not clear. What I got, the second question is that Manoj has 2 devices, which is Windows, and 2 is Ubuntu, right?
Yeah, Imtiaz, if you click on Q&A at the bottom of your screen, you'll be able to read the questions.
Yes.
Yes, but there is no, there is no questions actually. I can't see any questions here.
Actually, I can post it in the chat if you can see it. That is the first question. Can you see the chat?
Yeah. I have Wazoo with Kibana, which is basically yes, right? To monitor mostly Windows device and server, and only few Ubuntu however have different network devices as well. Wazoo should serve the purpose, right? Yes, for Ubuntu and Windows, you can install the Wazoo agent and it can serve the purpose. But for network devices, you have to decide that which types of logs you want to see. If it is syslogs, you have to configure your router so that router can send the syslogs to your syslog servers. Or if you want to monitor NetFlow can be collected from here. But both those logs, syslog, NetFlow, can be insert in the Elasticsearch, but you have to work with Logstash for that. Without Logstash, it is difficult. I hope that answered your questions.
There are 3 more questions, so I just pasted all of them in the chat.
Okay. Okay, I have another question. Okay. In my ELW Wazoo with Kibana setup, I have a problem with Ubuntu 16 and lower version 18 higher. There are some big questions. It will be very easy for me if Monos drop me a mail. So I will try to answer it. Let's see the number 3. Can you give me an example how to shift syslog from, let's say, a file to ES? Yes. Wazoo with Kibana. Wazoo is actually an application. So if you want to modify it, you have to go through with its source code. And agentless installation for network devices is not easy. Is there any other way to shift syslog to ES? Yes. Like I told you, from networking device, you can directly shift syslog to Elasticsearch, but you have to use with Logstash and you have to play with proc patterns. My own environment is actually built in like this. I forwarded all my logs from directly from network devices to the Elasticsearch. Hope that answered your questions. But Manoj, if you want to know more, you can drop me a mail. Okay.
That's it,
Thank
right?
you.
Thank you, MTS, for the presentation.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that I cannot show you the demo. Actually, the demo was the most interesting part of this tutorial, but unfortunately,
Yeah,
sorry again.
unfortunately, we cannot do that.
Yeah,
So next time, maybe.
yeah, yeah. Maybe next
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you everyone for attending this session. We'll start again in 15 minutes. We have a short break, and next presenter will be Mir Hassan from Cybernet Pakistan, and he will be talking about threat hunting via network traffic analysis. Hi, Hassan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you try sharing your video and on the slides?
Of course, of course. So I'm trying to share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes. If you can do a slideshow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it looking? It's looking fine, right?
Yes. Yes. Fine. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna open up my video, which I recorded. Uh, can you hear the voice which is like running behind the video?
No, I think you need to share that particular application on the Zoom.
Okay. So let me just try that out. Uh, Stop share and then
Yeah.
this is the video running. Can you hear the sound of it?
No.
Okay, so that means I need to make some tweakings.
Is that for the demo you're going to present?
Yeah, I have recorded a video for the demo because like one demo is live, the other one should be recorded at least. So can you give me some instruction like how can I enable my music or computer sound only? So I'm now enabling my computer sound only. Can you just like confirm whether you can hear it or not?
Sure.
Okay.
I cannot hear anything.
Oh, I haven't played it yet. There's the workstations and
Oh yes, I
stored
can
within
hear.
any file or directory. But can you see the screen now?
Mm-hmm. I just can
Nope.
see your name.
So let me take something else. Pointer screen, virtual. So now you must be seeing the screen, but you wouldn't be hearing the sound, right?
That's right, yes. We can see the screen, no sound.
No sound. Yes.
Now you'll be able to hear live PCAP samples. We'll be understanding the protocol-based communication and how an adversary utilizes
Yes,
networks
we can hear the
in
sound as
order
well
to
as the
perform.
video.
Sorry.
We can hear we hear the sound and the video is also playing. So
Cool. That's fine. That's perfect then.
so let's wait for another 4 minutes and then we can start.
Cool. So you want me to turn on my video or like without the video is fine? The webcam.
Anything is fine as long as we can hear you and we can see what's on your
Yeah.
screen and what's on the slides.
Uh-huh.
So, welcome back, everybody. We're going to start the next tutorial session by Mir Hassan, and he will be presenting on threat hunting via network traffic analysis. Over to you, Mir.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. So today the topic which I'll be presenting in front of you guys is threat hunting via network traffic analysis. So before moving on toward the tutorial itself, I'll just be giving a quick introduction about myself. So my name is Hassan. I have approximately 6 years of hands-on experience in cybersecurity, specifically in the service provider sector. I have the privilege of developing and leading the multiple critical security projects for one of the largest Fortune groups of Pakistan, Lexan Group of companies. I'm a security advisor to Yottabyte Limited, and I'm currently serving as a principal threat researcher at Point Zero Labs, UK. So just a quick view of the agenda. So today we'll be discussing about threat hunting, what threat hunting really is, how do we perform threat hunting, and then we'll be quickly moving on towards analyzing some live traffic samples. I've picked up TrickBot from a live environment. So we'll be doing a network PCAP analysis using Wireshark of it. And then at the end, we'll be discussing two major case studies. One is SolarWinds Sunburst breach, and the other one is Zixel firewall. So if we have time left at the end, so we'll also be doing some reverse engineering of the Sunburst breach and malware. So we'll be doing some malware analysis of it as well. So without a further ado, we'll be first of all understanding and looking at what threat hunting actually is. So threat hunting is basically a proactive offensive approach that security professionals use with the aid of threat intel, and it consists of iterative scanning through networks to detect compromises and threats such as advanced persistent threats, which bypasses existing security framework. So you must be hearing about a lot of breaches happening throughout the world, and most of the reasons like behind every breach is like every organization has a lot of security appliances already implemented, that include next generation firewalls, endpoint protection appliances, and all of the stuff. So but even besides the implementation of so many controls, breaches are still happening, and malwares and all of the threats, they're slipping through the cracks. So this has given rise to another specialized field which is known as threat hunting, in which a professional needs to have a good acumen of the thieves as well. They need to have a good understanding of how adversaries get into the environment, and also the defensive part of the area of the game. So it's a combination of red team and blue team both. So who's a threat hunter? A threat hunter is a security professional who is skilled to recognize, isolate, and diffuse APTs by using manual or AI-based techniques, because such threats cannot be detected by network monitoring tools. So this is a specialized skill. It requires hours and hours of practice. But yeah, you must have heard many of the places that in order to be a good cop, we need to think like a thief, so that we can be good defenders as well. So if we want to protect our enterprises, our ISPs, and especially the customers who are connected to the ISP, so we need to have the right skill to protect everybody, right? So this has been shared by Maynard's practices as well. So if, for example, the service provider sector takes the right control, so there's going to be a huge amount of mitigation in threats throughout the world. So a threat hunter is somebody who hunts for insider provocations or outside intruders to uncover risks posed by malicious actor, typically employees or outsiders, including a criminal organization, which have been slipping through the cracks by security devices. So how do we start hunting? That's the main question. Like how do we start hunting in an environment? So a cyber threat hunting team should be answerable to the following questions before they make up a hunting program. So the first question is, what is that you want to hunt. You have to select exactly which adversaries you're chasing for. Like for example, we have identified, or we have heard of the greatest supply chain breach in the history, which is the sunbird solar wind. So that is that we'll basically be looking for the advanced persistent threat group, which has been involved at the back of it. So that can be one area of our hunt. So we need to be very clear before we initiate our hunt that what exactly are we chasing against. Uh, the second thing is, where are you going to find the opponent adversary IOCs? So that is the second question. So instead of letting the hackers and the thief come to us, we're going to go out and find them. So that is a proactive strategy. We need to be aware that where can we get those to go and identify the thieves. So there are multiple sources out there on the internet. So there's a very big database. It's known by MITRE ATT&CK. It has almost all the 94 APT groups and all of the tools, tactics, and techniques and the procedures already built into that database. We can pick and narrow down a target from there as well. How would you consider an opponent's adversary's IOC? So that's also a question. Like, how are we basically going to like identify them? How are we going to utilize their tools and tactics and techniques to defend our environment? And what is the target? Basically, how much time are we going to spend to identify them? So from a practical stand ground, once we know the answer to these questions, then we can move on towards the hunting cycle. If you see on the right diagram, so the hunting cycle basically begins when first of all the hunting team, they need to design the network. Initially they need to understand the environment, and they need to understand each and every node and endpoint which is connected to it, because in security it's always about the weakest chain in the link, as we have seen in the SolarWinds breach. We'll be exploring after this as well. So the first thing is that we need to understand our environment pretty well. Secondly, while building a hunting team, it's not necessary that we'll only be having full-time hunters, but in a hunting team, we can have some members of the network team, some members of the systems team, some members of the information security team. So it's a joint effort. Then once we know the capabilities of our team members, then we need to know the enterprise as well, like what the we the like what is basically our enterprise, what who are basically involved in our supply chain, whom are we taking services from, etc. So we need to have a 360 view of whatever is going on. So we have known our enterprise. Now we're gonna narrow down our target, because we have answered the 4 questions as well. So we're gonna collect threat intelligence feeds related to those advanced persistent threat groups. That includes their IP addresses, hashes, the executable files if they're executing, the domains or hosts which they're contacting with. So we're gonna gather as much threat intel as we can. We're gonna do a lot of R&D so that we understand and about the adversary. We are well versed with them. We need to understand the thief first. Once we know the thief, then we're going to draw a map of the tools, tactics, and procedures, what they do, how they entered into the environment, what weapons are they using, Mimikatz for credential dumping, etc. Or are they flooding the network initially by MAC flooding or layer 2 flooding, so that they can extract out data, or they can then perform the man in the middle attack. So like there are a lot of phases in it, but we need to map the whole cycle of that adversary out, so that we can better hunt them out. So once we are prepared, we have spent 6 hours sharpening up of our axe, then we go and cut the tree. So we go and start hunting in our environment. we pick up one layer and then move on to the other one. So the layers can be broken into the OSI model as well, coming down from the application layer. It can be vice versa as well. So we're gonna use scientific method to start hunting in our environment. The scientific method is also known as the hunting cycle, in which we're gonna make up a hypothesis. We're gonna test this out. Once the hypothesis is confirmed and we have significant amount of evidences, so our hunting is complete and we move on toward the next hunting cycle. So this is how we start hunting into our environment. So like it's also important for everybody to understand the cyber kill chain. Cyber kill chain starts with reconnaissance, then it moves on towards weaponization. Reconnaissance phase is basically a phase in which our target is basically studied. And it's basically a model where we understand the hacker's mindset. So the hacker spends a lot of time understanding the environment, doing a lot of research on it. Once that is done, then they weaponize, they try to make up an exploit, and they try to make up a weapon which they can utilize to compromise uh, the target. Which, like in case, if I mention like the SolarWinds case, I'm repetitively mentioning it because I have it in the upcoming slide. So the weaponization is done. Once that is done, will be the attacker identifies the delivery mechanism, how it's going to be delivered to the target. How, once it is delivered, how is the exploitation going to take place, what vulnerability is it going to exploit. Then it's going to move on towards the installation phase. Installation, once it is installed into the environment, it has gained persistent, it has evaded detection capability, the antivirus and all of the detection capabilities. Then it's going to establish a CNC communication with its command and control server, and then at the end the exfiltration or the action on objectives are going to take place. So without network, none of this is going to take place. So there's a lot of importance of networks in all of this. So there's a diamond model that this is used by a lot of threat hunters and a lot of threat intelligence analysts throughout the world. So once we are studying our adversary, we divide their tactics into four areas. One is the capabilities, where we familiarize ourselves with the unique custom malware, the stages of it, the tools and utilities it uses, and what other capability, is it more so focused towards directly initiating a denial of service attack, making things unavailable, or it's more so grained towards exploiting web applications, or it's more so focused toward development of malware. What's the capabilities of it? So we need to understand the capabilities of our adversaries first. Then the second area is like who basically our adversary is, uh, like who are we is our adversary is more so focused towards targeting the pharmaceutical or the hospitalization sector, more so focused towards compromising the personally identified the personal health information, or it's more so focused toward the PII areas. So like what's the area of focus of it? Then we understand the infrastructure, the global command and control infrastructure. Is the CNC communication more so towards Russia or China or any other country? What's the basic capability of it? Where the domains registered? What geolocations are they registered? How am I going to devise the defensive strategies accordingly? Then the victims, like who are these basically targeting? Like are they targeting the government sector, the hospitalization sector, the service provider, cloud service provider, or like the defense sector? So this is basically a diamond model. The threat hunters, they need to understand, like if we are understanding our adversary and we are planning to deploy or implement a certain set of security controls in our environment, so we need to understand our adversary using this diamond model, so that we can better implement the right set of tools, because we can't be implementing thousands of controls. We don't have that much resources. So if we have to take the right decision by utilizing the resources in the right way and implementing sufficient set of controls which can save ourselves and continue us from doing our business. So what is network traffic analysis? You must already be aware of it. So it's the monitoring of network availability activity to identify anomalies, including security and operational issues. So this is network traffic analysis. We have been doing it using PRTGs and network performance monitoring graphs and all of a lot of tools out there. But there's some caveats in it. The caveat is like sophisticated attackers frequently go undetected in a victim network for an extended period of time. So network traffic analysis is more so focused toward the network areas, and we do not get to understand the security perspective very well. Attackers know how to blend their traffic with legitimate traffic, and only the skilled network traffic analysts can identify like how are the attackers blending. So today we'll be doing a PCAP analysis in which we'll be identifying the how we can use the PCAP file, how much PCAP files are basically useful in identifying an adversary in our environment. If, for example, you not have any antivirus or any detection tool like SIM, etc. So network is basically the core, and it has a lot of importance. How do we perform network monitoring? We can use a lot of different ways. We can use span ports for traffic mirroring, SNMPs, syslog UDP 514, 1514, TCP 514. Like the different ways we can utilize flow data. And in Cisco, certain devices of Cisco, we can use security device event exchange as well. The ICE, Cisco ICE, if you want to pull in logs from Cisco ICE, so we can be using security device exchange event exchange logs as well. So benefits of malware traffic analysis. So malware traffic analysis basically extracted out from network traffic analysis. So while we are making attempts to analyze the malware, so what benefits do we get? We get deeper insight into malware behavior and rightly trace technical indicators. So we are able to extract out the indicators of compromise from the live PCAP files. It's not just protocols and IP address and a lot of bunch of numbers. It has a lot of details in it. It helps us rightly trace the gaps and holes in our existing security control layers, so that if, for example, God forbid, an incident has taken place, so we need to make sure that there's no recurrence, and the only way to do it is by first identifying our security holes and gaps so that we can fill them up. Establish clarity in current standing with respect to detection capability. So this is the same as we spoke above. Address existing security holes and gaps, and especially the greater return on investment. So for example, if we've implemented an expensive solution and it's just running and we're not able to take benefit out of it, so there's no point of having that solution. So if, for example, somebody has deployed a SIM solution or a NetMon solution or any other solution for they've used security onion for it. So like there needs to be a right return on investment from implementing these tools, because implementation of these tools not only requires the human effort, it requires significant amount of compute resources as well. We need to understand the difference between malware and APTs as well. So malware is any malicious software or program designed to damage or disable computers or networks. So that's a malware. Malware can have a lot of different components. It can be rootkits, Trojan horses, like you name it. There's a very long list. So but in APT is basically, it's known as an advanced persistent threat. That's well funded. And it's carried out by organized groups that are systematically developed to compromise government and commercial entities. So when we talk about APT, so there's a concept of fire sale involved, in which the state-sponsored entities, they try to disrupt the financial sector, the infrastructure, the environmental sector, and all of the other sectors, just to collapse the whole country. So that's associated with an APT. So APT is basically a broad term used to describe the prolonged, more strategic and targeted attack. APT can stay undetected for a prolonged period, and especially if we talk about a large number of attacks throughout the world, most of these which have been compromising huge giants, like we have seen some in the past. So they have those attacks were basically as a result of APTs. We know about Stuxnet. We knew about Sunburst just a month ago. So these are not simplified attacks. So today, we'll be understanding some case studies of it as well. How do we perform network traffic analysis? That's a big question. So we have a lot of tools. All of these are open source. We not have to pay for them. So Wireshark is on the top of the list. There's NetSniff, NG, EtherCap, Kishmet, Etherip. They are built into some distributions as well. For network security engineers, you can use Kali Linux and Parrot OS in order to have all of these tools pre-downloaded into it, and you can start playing around with them. So without a further ado, we'll be going on towards a live malware traffic sample analysis of TrickBot. I've recorded that up so that we can save time for the session at the end. So I'll just be playing my recording, which I did yesterday for you guys, and we can make our way from there. Hello, SANOG 36. So before I play further, I just wanted to take a confirmation if my video recording is basically audible to you guys.
Yes, Mir.
Perfect, perfect.
Hi, Mir. Sanwan. Have you started?
Yeah, I've started.
Now we are not able to see.
All right, so let me share my screen. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Perfect.
I just cannot listen to the audio.
You're listening to the audio?
No, I cannot.
All right, so
I can see a screen, but I cannot listen the
you
audio.
should be listening it now within our environment. So without a further ado, we'll quickly get right into it. So I'll first of all be heading on towards my live PCAP sample. I'll be extracting it out. So it just a tip for everybody who wants to perform malware analysis. When we are performing malware analysis, it would be a wise action that we store the malware file in a password protected form so that it's not mistakenly executed by anybody, and which results in a compromise of a machine or spreading up of it. And it would also be a good decision to perform all the malware analysis or traffic analysis activities in a VM, in a virtual machine, which is a guest machine, and isolated from the production environment. I've entered in the credentials. Now I'm going to open up Wireshark. I'm going to go towards my terminal, elevate my privileges because many a times Wireshark requires elevated privileges. I'll load the live PCAP sample, and here I have the sample. So if we go back to the history and the theoretical part, so every botnet, yeah, or most of the botnet mainly connects to their botnet headers utilizing HTTP or HTTPS based communication. So from a threat hunting perspective, we'll be analyzing the traffic based on HTTP or HTTPS, and our focus of the day is going to be towards outbound traffic or data exfiltrating from our environment, or the egress traffic. So so now I'll be putting in some filters. So TLS handshake type 1 is basically the client hello in order to form a TLS based connection. So I've entered that as well, because a botnet does not only rely on HTTP, but it also utilizes HTTPS as well. In order to avoid any sort of noise, we are filtering out and avoiding the use of SSDP. Uh, SSDP is basically a discovery protocol, less similar to Universal Plug and Play protocol, which is used by various devices like mobile phones and laptops and printers on a network in order to discover one another. But from a threat hunting perspective and from the traffic analysis perspective, that is immense noise for us. So we do not want that sort of a noise, and that is the reason I put up a not rule. So starting up from our analysis, we are focusing on towards the odds out. And speaking about the odds, we can see that there's a host based communication outbound happening to MSFT and CSI, which looks like Microsoft, but the other domain, which is down below, that looks, the Chris Jan looks suspicious. So I'm going to expand the HTTP communication, and I can see that the request which is being sent, it's targeting a zip file, and the full URI also revealed that it's a zip file. So I'm sure you must be aware that the threat actors utilize zip file and pack their malwares in that zip file, so that they're able to evade the antivirus detection, and they can easily they can easily propagate the malware via spamming emails or spamming campaigns. So I'll now be doing a follow HTTP stream in order to see what it is actually. So we can very clearly see that there's a get request targeting to get a zip file, and within the zip file, the packed file is basically an invoice and statement.link file. So a link file is basically a file which once clicked makes an attempt to download further modules which are basically aimed at achieving its objective, and most of the time these are used by hackers to drone and download further malicious files. So we can also see that there's an ASCII header over here as well. Want to find out what PK actually represents, because many of the times the threat actors have basically made an attempt to obfuscate the identity, and they basically obfuscate the executable files with the .txt extension, etc. So I want to be clear whether this is what it actually looks like. So I would recommend SANS cheat sheet for this, because I normally follow it and I find them very useful. So there's a very good section over there, hex file header ASCII equivalent section, and I can see that the PK area over there in this cheat sheet represents a zip file, and that means that the file which we have, it's absolutely a zip file, and we need to dig deeper into it as well. So it's what I would do is I would now be extracting the zip file. So I'll go to file, export objects, HTTP. This was the file, and I'll be exporting it out into my artifacts folder. So I've quickly exported this file. Now what I'm going to do is I'll now be going and unzipping the file. I'll quickly go to downloads, get into trickbot artifacts. I'll unzip I'll unzip this out, and this has revealed invoice and statement.link file. I'll take a SHA sum of it utilizing SHA-256 protocol. I got a SHA sum which I'll quickly be pasting it on VirusTotal to find out whether that's legit or that's malicious. So I'll go to VirusTotal. So VirusTotal is basically one of the largest databases in the world where their bad hashes, bad files, and all of it's all of the bad reputational files are residing over there, and it's a sandbox platform as well. So um, we can see in the VirusTotal database that this hash is basically depicting and showing a link file, but that is a malicious file, and it's been flagged by 31 malware engines as malicious. So that means that this is a red flag for us, and we'll be saving it in our artifacts. I'm opening a text editor. The name trickbot artifacts. And this file is saved over there. Now I'm gonna head on towards the next IOC collection. So I want to see what else other thing resides over there. So I'm gonna put in the similar header http dot request tls dot handshake dot type 1. Now I want to see the TCP flag based communication as well. So I'll be putting in the SYN flag number, which is depicted by 0x0002 and like before, I'll be putting a not rule for SSDP. So that's just a basic tip that you do not need to remember these flag values because these flag values are already there in the cheat sheets. So you do not need to remember all of these. Neither do you remember. Is there any need to remember the filter rule because there's cheat sheets for this as well. You need to focus on the logic instead of remembering the commands. So I'm basically making saving the filter rule so that I can use them later on as well. Making in this is a basic plus rule. Along with this, I'm making another rule which is known by the name basic plus. So that this is a basic rule which we used earlier. So I have two rules now, but my focus is gonna be toward basic plus. So I'm gonna come down. I want to see anything, any other thing which I can see or find as malicious. So we can see that there's a lot of HTTPS based communication and a lot of SYN requests sent out to a different IP address. I want to see whether the IP addresses to whom the connections are being sent out they're malicious or not. So I can even paste the IP addresses out of these like in VirusTotal to verify. I'll put in the IP address 37.228 .117.146. Whoops, that's also giving us some red signs and red flags, and it's being uh, sent out towards Russia. So that's country wise, that's also giving us some red flags. So I'm adding it up as an indicator which I have identified as well. So now we'll be quickly going and we will identify that there's another request to identify.me which is basically attempt to identify the current IP address of the machine. So this is an action mostly performed by malware in order to identify the current IP address of the machine. So now what I'm gonna do is I want to see other bad reputation stuff and all of the other fishy stuff which are happening. And from here I can see that there's a get request sent to solar.php. I want to find out and dig deeper what it actually is. I'll see the HTTP stream, and what I can see is that there's a get request solar.php, but if I dig deep down, so the content disposition is basically showing that it's an executable file, and the attempt is made to further download a malicious executable file. I'm gonna see whether the S key represents that synchrony as well or not. So I'll now go to the cheat sheet to verify. And we had a value mz, and from mz we can see that it represents an executable file. And in the get request we were seeing the solar.php file, so that means that there was an attempt to download a malicious executable file as well. So I need to save that and extract that out as well. So now we'll be looking at and extracting out the executable file. So for this I'll put in the basic plus filter which I had as earlier as well. We were having the php solar.php file right in front of us a bit ago. So I'll go to the extract objects, and we can clearly see the solar.php file. I'm extracting it out with me over here as well, saving that in the artifacts area. The process gonna be the same, that we'll be taking a SHA sum and then uploading it over there. But if you want, you can upload that directly over VirusTotal as well. But like beware, because we know that we are basically investigating a malicious malware sample. But if for example you're not sure whether it's malicious, or you do not have high chances of or any confidence that it's raising red flag, then it's a wise decision to take out a sum of or a hash of that file, so that your actual data does not gets exfiltrated out, and the actual data does not get uploaded onto VirusTotal. So right now what we did was we uploaded the actual file, and we can see that the solar.php file is basically an obfuscated file, and it's an executable file actually. And it's also showing the malware engines are showing that it's related to Emotet. So I am also taking it as an IOC, and I'm saving it with me in my notepad. So these links are also saved in my notepad. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm having a lot of I have significant amount of IOCs with me. So my next target is gonna be towards identifying all of the communication which is going on towards the certificate authority, whether is that legit or not. So I'll be using TLS handshake type 11 to see the TLS handshake which has taken place. and we can see a significant amount of communication over here. So I'll be opening this packet. Want to see the communication which is taking place, is that legit or not? To verify the certificate authority as well. So when we dig deeper into the certificate authority, we get to see that it's basically signed by Internet Widgets Pty Limited. That does not look like a legitimate authority. Or so from here we can see that, like, we have put in TLS handshake dot type 11. So TLS handshake type 11 basically shows us that a certificate exchange is basically being taken place. So we dig deeper and we went into the finding out the basic issuer and who the issuer of the TLS certificate actually is. When we dug deeper, so we found out that the country name of the issuer is basically Australia, which looks legit. But when we dug deeper and went into finding or more information, so the province name looks some state. That does not look legit at all. It looks that like this field has been modified and it looks spoofed. Internet Widgets Pty Limited. That does not look like a legit certificate authority. If we look like if we focus on any other one example, like we saw of Microsoft, so the province name and the organization would always look legit. We have other examples with us as well. Let's see another example. How, if you see over here, the country name looks US. The country name is US. The province is basically Washington, and the locality name is Redmond Microsoft Corporation. So there's a big difference between both of these, which we have just seen. Uh, the one which we just saw right now, this one. So there's a big difference. So this is also raising red flags for us. Now I'm gonna go down. I want to see if there's anything else which is of intriguing factor for me. So I can see PNG images as well. So now I'm gonna go and search for any PNG images if I can find. So there's some PNG images as well, and these are basically attempt to download from a specific URL. Let's find out whether these URL are malicious or not. So I'm gonna put the target host IP on virus total 185.98 dot 87 dot 185. These are also looking malicious. So that means this communication, the PNG communication, that's also malicious. I wanna open and check the TCP stream as the HTTP stream as well. So this is showing an MZ file. MZ file is basically an executable or a DLL file. And yeah, it's a DLL file. So that means there's an attempt to perform DLL injection with this as well. So this is also raising red flags for us, that the file format is basically spoofed and there's an attempt to do something else. Now I want to focus on to it because we are looking at trick bot. So a threat hunter job is to gather intel data as well. So from the intel data which we found out over the internet, there's a wide array of connections over port 8082. So I want to find out that communication as well, so that I'm very much sure that it's a trick bot infection. I can see this communication over here. So now I'll expand the stream, and what I can see over here is there are passwords of our various accounts. This is the passwords of nytimes.com username and the password which was used to log in into that portal. This is basically the machine of the user. 81 basically depicts the information which is stolen by TrickBot, and this information is basically stolen through the web browser. Let's look at some other ones. Whoops, I forgot to save the filter again. So I'll save this filter. I'll name it 8082 TrickBot. I want to find out any other thing which is happening. So let's look at this one. This is showing us the exact thing which we just saw. Let's look at 83 and there's 90 as well. So I want to see what 90 is basically showing. This is showing us the system info area. That means there's a list. There's an attempt to gather the process list information as well, and to identify the current processes that are running on that machine. And as you can see over here that this TrickBot Trojan has made an attempt to exfiltrate the list of currently running processes and to give the information to the CNC. So it's also giving the information of the system in the system which is running. It's running uh, Windows 7 Service Pack 1. It's giving out information that the registered owner is basically an admin, and all of the other related information of the machine, the current IP address, it's a local domain account. It's giving out all of the information which can be used to launch further attacks. So this is what basically TrickBot is capable of doing, and we can see the network communication, and it's basically going to help us out in making the right rules to combat this out. So the server is it's basically targeting and sending it out is basically cowboy. So this is very much like making things clear that that TrickBot is not only just exfiltrating the data, it's also exfiltrating the password and also sharing out or and leaking the information of the currently running processes on the machine. So TrickBot can further be used to launch out ransomware as well. So in the next demonstration and other tutorial, we'll be exploring other interesting pieces of malware as well. So I hope you found that useful. So we have seen how the network behavior or the protocol behaves with relation to Emotet, which is a banking Trojan. So we saw that the credentials, the uh, system related information, that was all of that information we was being exfiltered out. So next, we're now going to be looking at some of the measures which can basically help us in minimizing any possibilities of TrickBot. Let me share my screen back again. So we have some lesson learned from it. Yeah, so we have some lesson learned. So the topmost lesson learned for us is that we do not ever have to click on any unsolicited links. We need to be very careful when we are clicking on any sort of links. Secondly, the second lesson learned is that we need to we should not be storing our credentials in our Chrome browsers. We should utilize password managers wherever possible. Uh, it would be good to have an up-to-date anti-malware solution running in our environment. It would also be good to have the systems hardened up so that these scripts couldn't be executed. Uh, it's also a good practice to disable Windows script host in an environment, like in order to stop the execution of any Visual Basic scripts, etc. Uh, it would also be a good option to implement whitelisting. So I was reading an article from the US Department of Defense, and that was mentioning that if we, for example, uh, implement application level whitelisting, so we would be in a position to minimize approximately like half of the threat vectors which our organization experiences. So SMB version 1 should be disabled in environment, and adherence to principle of least privilege, that would really be helpful in minimizing trick bot. So I'll now be showing you guys uh, how to respond to an incident response strategy. How can we respond to an incident if we have come across this sort of a scenario. So we'll be, if we disable the internet access at the affected site to minimize the extent of exfiltration of credential, that would be helpful. We can review the impacted subnets to identify the multi-home system which may adversely impact the containment efforts. We can identify and take the machines off the network if, for example, we come across such a scenario, so that it does not get propagated onto the environment. Uh, we can also heighten the monitoring of SMB communications or outright block it between workstations, and configure firewall rules to only allow access from known administrative servers. Assess the need to have port 445 or on systems. So like, for example, if you want SMB version 1, so like that shouldn't be considered, but yeah, we can have SMB version 2 and version 3 enabled. Uh, it would also be good to in for example, if you're having working in a multi-home system environment, so it would be good that we have in case of such a scenario, we restrict the workstation which are basically compromised to a specific VLANs. So some other new notes as well. So now we'll be going on towards the SolarWinds Sunburst breach. So there's some facts associated to it. The top of the list is like just some background of it is like on Sunday, December 13th, SolarWinds announced that the updates to its leading network management software, Orion, shipped to customers from March 2020 contained malware. Malware was distributed through SolarWinds Orion software updates, which was infected which infected the networks of the following organization. Approximately 18,000 plus large entities were infected. The perpetrators of the malware attack were SolarWinds employees, possibly not yet confirmed. The call that the alleged nation state is Russia was made by media without any evidence. There's still investigations going on related to it. What was actually the behavior of the malware and how it basically performed its actions is an area of focus for us. So this was a supply chain attack in which the attacker inserted malicious code into a DLL component of the legitimate software. Uh, The compromised DLL was distributed to an organization that used the related software. Uh, and we all know that that SolarWinds is widely used throughout the world, and like almost all of the organizations, major part of the world use SolarWinds. So once the DLL file has been transferred to delivered to the environment, so the execution and the persistence phase takes place when the software starts the compromised DLL, loads, and the inserted malicious code calls the function that contains the backdoor capabilities. So now once that's entered into the environment, so the backdoor after remaining into the environment for approximately 12 or 14 days, it then initiates the activities, and then it loads the DLL. The backdoor is a lengthy list of checks that to make sure it's running in an actual compromised network. So this malware is basically designed for stealth. It was not designed for devastation or something intrusive like ransomware. So it's basically designed to maintain stealth into the network. And that is the reason why it remains for approximately 12 or 14 days quietly. Reconnaissance, the backdoor gathers system information, it exfiltrates that system information out. The CNC are continuously changing. Like the attackers have adopted a strategy in which the attackers are basically using the CNC which are belonging to the IP address of that victim actually. So once that is done, this is done to evade detection capabilities, and the CNCs are basically changing due to a domain registration algorithm. So once this is done, then the exfiltrating part starts off. The backdoor sends gathered information to the attacker, and the hands-on keyboard attack where the backdoor runs commands it receives from the attackers, and the wide range of backdoor capabilities allows attackers to perform additional capabilities such as credential theft, progressive privilege escalation, and lateral movement. So I'll be showing you guys they're basically four major capabilities which were the strongest part of this APT. One was that the attacker host name was matching the victim's environment. The host name it yeah.
Uh, are you showing something on the screen, or it is just a slide? But because we are seeing just the lesson learned.
Oops. Can you now see it?
Yes, I can see the APT capabilities.
All right. So I was showing the APT capabilities. So this APT has multiple capabilities, which includes the attacker host names. So the attacker is basically utilizing and matching the victim's host name just in order to evade detection capabilities. So for example, if it's exfiltrating out to a suspicious domain outside, that could be caught by the blue teamers. But when we talk about the evasion of the detection capability. So this malware has the capability to utilize the victim's environment's host names, the IP addresses located in the victim's country, the IP address which are located in the victim country. It's basically using that for the CNCs. The lateral movement is basically being done in a manner that once the access has been gained, so there's a separate or the other user which is gained to which is made to gather further access into the network instead of relying on the existing system or network administrator's usernames. So like this malware has been designed for stealth. So if we quickly take a look at the malware pattern, so like MITRE attack has done an amazing job in which they have mapped out almost all of the tactic phases of the whole life cycle of this solar wind sunburst breach. I'll quickly but just demonstrating the DLL file in front of you. So I have with me opened up So quickly we'll just be going towards the article in which FireEye has basically shared the countermeasures. So we'll be taking a hash from this so that we can download the exact sample. FireEye sunburst countermeasures. So these are the IOCs which we are having. Quickly going to go to any run and paste this out. So I can download the exact malware sample. So this is basically a sandbox solution. It's known AnyRun. So we can quickly download the exact sample of the SolarWinds malware so that we can analyze it later on. So I've downloaded it over here. I've already copied it for you guys. So I'll just be opening it up in a tool. It's known as PE Studio. So PE Studio is a tool designed for doing malware analysis and specially designed for those who does not know much about the coding part. So if you want to do some malware analysis, high level malware analysis, this is an amazing tool. So you can see that the PE Studio is basically having the samples of virus total, the exact mappings of it. It's having disclosing the DOS header information. It's sharing a lot of other information which is basically going to be helpful for us in analyzing the malware. So right now P Studios automatically shared with us that the suspicious file over here is basically SolarWinds Orion DLL, the business layer DLL file, and shared the hashes with us as well. So in order to do a malware analysis, you can also utilize some other tools like PE Studio. I'll just be showing you a glimpse of it so that like you later on, because we couldn't cover that in this session fully. But later on, once you're doing it in your environment, that would be easier for you to import this up and take up from there. So this is DNS Spy. DNS Spy is a decompiler, and this code, this malicious code which was written, that was basically in ASP.NET language. So it's the beauty of ASP.NET is basically that we can easily decompile it. So you can see that SolarWinds Orion core business layer DLL is right open in front of us. The main library that was the main class that was compromised over there, that was the core file. The core business layer, and then we'll be going on toward the improvement layer just to see. This is the core, or this is the improvement layer, which was basically compromised. So you can see that there are a lot of functions over there. You can we can start reading it from there. I'm just going to read one line before my session ends. So if you see over here, there's no need to have a lot of coding knowledge to analyze it. There's an if statement which basically asks to get the hash information of the current processes running. So the malware has been programmed to identify the current processes which are running in environment, and then it's designed to match the values of the current processes which are running and with a hash, and this is a hash which is pre-programmed onto it. So once that requirement is met, and it basically this process basically matches a hash value. So it's looking for a particular process, a particular vulnerable one. So if, for example, this condition is met, then it's gonna go and find out the last write time of basically the this specific hash file, this process. So once this hash this process is basically identified and the write time is of it is as you can see is compared with these two values. So 288 is basically showing if we convert it into days, so that's 12 days or 14 days. So this is designed for stealth, and it's going to run a comparison of it, and once the comparison is run, it's there in the system for 12 to 14 days. So then it's now going to initiate the other processes of it. So you can see the update function over here. Update function is basically trying to identify and track the processes which are running. If I click on the if the track processes, so track process is basically taking me to the search assemblies. So we can have the exact hashes which are basically being mapped out as well. Just one last quick lookup just to show how how we can get the list. So I'm quickly gonna open this up and paste it in my browser. So you can see that this FIRA has already published a list of all of the processes it's going to look at. So that means this malware basically designed for stealth. And you can see that the current tool which I use, PE Studio, that was also being called over here. So if, for example, none of these tools are identified, then only this malware is basically going to start its working. It's going to execute. Otherwise, it's going to maintain stealthiness into the environment, no matter what happens. So if for example, somebody is interested in understanding a high level view of the malware of Sunburst, so please feel free to download these tools, PE Studio, DNS Spy, and you'll be pretty much good to go ahead with it. So with this, I'll be winding up my session. Thank you so much. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'll be available on my email addresses and LinkedIn. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope it's been a learning experience for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, for that tutorial session. And I guess the participants learned a lot, and there were some demos as well and different tools that you've used. So with this, we end this session here now. Thank you, Hassan.
Yeah, so Divya, so with this session, now we would like to go into a closing session. So I would like to request Dr. Philip Smith to speak on behalf of a program committee. As a program committee chair, I'd like to request Dr. Philip Smith. And thank you, Divya, for moderating all the events. And thank you, Mir, for an excellent tutorial. Never enough, isn't it? So just wish that would have been as part of a workshop, and then the participants could do a kind of a hands-on and get familiar with that. So over to you, Dr. Philip Smith.
Yes, thank you, Rupesh. Yeah, exactly what you said. I mean, it's kind of really interesting how this SANOG shaped up, because we went for probably about a whole month of the call for papers being open, and very, very few submissions. And then in the last week, we were suddenly inundated. So just before the deadline, we were inundated by people who wanted to present in the whole conference. So it went from frustrating job for the PC trying to find the content to, oh my gosh, how do we fit everything in that we've actually been offered? And I mean, I know we all feel lazy because it's a virtual event and you don't have to plan your travel, you don't have to book tickets, you don't have to get permission from the boss. And so you think, yeah, I can just leave it onto the absolute last day. But for everybody watching and listening, this really doesn't help your PC do any of the planning work.
And so, you know, Hassan especially had proposed 2 hours worth of content, but we only had 1 hour left in the entire program to do it. So apologies to Hassan, because that was an excellent session. But it's just how these things turn out, trying to do all the proper scheduling. So on behalf of the program committee, I'd like to thank the entire PC for their support, all the work that they did to chase down presentations. They had the frustrating time in December trying to find content while people were probably enjoying just the end of the year or dealing with COVID-19 and so forth. And then, of course, the work that we had to do start in January. Thank you also to all the conference presenters on Monday and Tuesday morning. Again, as I was saying at the start, trying to fit all that together to make a good program was a little bit tricky in the end. And then to all the tutorial presenters, I mean, it's quite a big effort putting together tutorials and then talking for 60 minutes, 1 hour, or even 2 hours, as in 2 hours, or even 4 hours, as we had in Dave and Dibya's case. So we really appreciate that. We hope the tutorial content was interesting and useful. We had good participation in all these sessions. So I'm hopeful that everybody who participated can take something useful away. I know it's harder to give feedback in these type of virtual events. It's, you know, the personal chat that we can have during coffee breaks or lunches, or even after the sessions in the evenings are just not available. But please do reach out to the program committee or the PC chairs if you feel, you know, the possible suggestions for future SANOGs. Hopefully we can have a SANOG mid-year. And that's probably part of our planning that Rupesh will talk about. So otherwise, thank you to all the program committee, the presenters, and thank you, of course, to the PC co-chairs, so Simon Baroy and Tashi Funso as well, for helping put this all together. And thank you, the attendees, for hopefully enjoying our program. And over to Rupesh.
Thank you, Dr. Philip. So I think, Dr. Philip has already mentioned, yes, program committee had a lot of difficulties in gathering the papers initially. So I think the kind of a participation that we have and people engaged in this SANOG, it's encouraging to see that people are really participating. But we also want to reach out and through our participants to bring in more interesting presentations in future, because the presentations do not come from only from SANOG. It comes from the participants and the people who are actually on the job, working on the network side, right? So on network operations, and that's what we want to bring in. No experience is a less experience. Every experience that every one of us has is a interesting enough experience to share with the rest of the community. So we would really like to request all the participants to come forward and share your experiences. No, it doesn't matter like how small or big experiences those could be a good kind of an experience for rest of the people waiting to listen to such an interesting stories and experiences, right? Yes, I mean, as I said, I mean, it's always difficult to say goodbye, though it's not physical, it's virtual. But it's also heartening to say that there will not be SANOG from tomorrow. But for this time, of course. The last 4 days has been very interesting. We started with the opening conference day, opening session, which was we had a very good, interesting keynote presentations, barring some minor technical hiccups. So the presentations were and the session was really excellent. The following sessions, panel discussions, tutorials, everything went really well. I was just looking at the Zoom report that I was looking at. So it says we had 182 unique unique visitors on the day 18th of January. On the second day, it increased to 242 unique viewers. And then day 300 and so sorry, I think I got my numbers wrong. So I'll repeat that again. On the first day, it was 259 unique visitors. Day 2, 242. Day 3, 182. I don't have the data for today yet because the Zoom needs to close before it brings out the report. So I think that's a good number. I mean, we had around 600 registrations for this SANOG, but it's still, I mean, 50, roughly around 40% or 50% of that is a good number to have a participation. I think that's a pretty much encouraging still, considering that people are still working from their offices or working from their home during this COVID period, and then still attending this SANOG event. And I'm sure this has been a good experience for everyone. With this, I would also like to thank SANOG Corecom, whose guidance has been very instrumental to bringing up this SANOG and multiple SANOGs that we have been having over the years. In particular, Dr. Philip Smith, Gaurav Razupadhyay, and Jihadul Kabir. Three pillars, I would say, right, for SANOG. So the three pillars for one pillar is me, probably, right? So we have four pillars in SANOG, basically. That's what I see. So thank you very much, three of you as well, Dr. Philips, Jihadul Kabir, and Gaurav, for continued support to SANOG. Along with the Corecom, who's been like reaching out to us with the emails and then having a lot of advices and all. Also, thanks to NPIX board members, in particular, Dr. Binay Bora, who's come up and did his presentation as a local keynote speaker, and also our chairman, Kishore Pant, for supporting and to host this event, SANOG event. Also like to thank our co-host, NPNOG, Samit Jana, the chairperson of NPNOG, and the rest of the executive committee members of NPNOG. Special thanks to Dibya and the Envren team working as a secretariat, Nirajan, Neeraj, Rajan, and Anita. Thank you very much for the continued support. And also thanks to Epinik, our special Epinik and Tashi, especially Tashi for supporting this event. Chihu, Tashi, Sunny, so many people to reach out to. So in general, thanks to Epinik, thanks to Epinog, Apricot, and Dr. Philip Smith again for endorsing SANOG and supporting SANOG on whatever help we needed in terms of a financial custodian, in terms of a program, in terms of an event, whatnot. Like whenever we have some issues or something that the help we need, Dr. Philip is there for us. So thank you, Doc, for us always being here for SANOG and for the South Asian community. Also, thanks to ISOC, ICANN, and NSRC for supporting in the background. Yes, I think this because of this virtual event, we were not reaching out to a lot of our supporters. But I think in a way, even we did not reach out, the ownership from ISOC, ICANN, and NSRC was always there to help us with in whatever way, in terms of a presentation, in terms of a workshop, in terms of a tutorial, whatnot. I think Dr. Philip has already thanked a lot of people already. So, but still, I would like to thank our instructors, speakers, and very importantly, all the participants, right, for being there along with SANOG. And your advices, feedback would be very, very useful for us. So please join the mailing list. Please join the mailing list. I would also like to add you in the mailing list if we can capture your email address. If you do not want to be a part of mailing list, you can unsubscribe that. But we'd like to be part of a SANOG and be very active in the NOG community of South Asia. Had it been a physical event, it would have been one more interesting thing could have been a token of appreciation being shared to our supporters and the sponsors. Thanks to AWS for sponsoring this event and supporting us. We do not have token of appreciation in physical memento, but we'll try to see if we'll just get some certificates for our instructors and the supporters and sponsors and send it out by email. So since this is a virtual online event, we'll send an email token of appreciation letters. Thank you, everyone. So as we all know, next event we are planning to do it in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has kindly agreed to host it, but we are still not sure whether that's going to be a virtual or physical event. But as in a footstep of what Epinic is doing or Apricot is doing, we'd also like to do a physical event whenever it happens to Sri Lanka. So that's how we want to rotate the event again. And then July event, we'll see how the COVID thing goes. So we hope that the things will be better and normalized by then to have a physical event possible by that time. I think 5 hours 15 minutes every day since 18th, 19th, 20, 21st accounts to around 21 hours of conference. And if we exclude the breaks, 1 hour 15 minutes of break every day, we had 16 hours of continued event. Interesting. So I think we could not accommodate workshop this time, but the tutorial was really good enough. I think every time the tutorial was happening, I was just wishing that this could have been a workshop where people have been had a hands-on training. So it was never enough. The tutorial part was never enough. So we wish that the physical events will come back again so that we can have workshop also as part of it. But even if it comes back as a part of it, we would still be working with local NOGs to have the workshops handled by them. And we'll see how we are coming up with a few more plans of for SANOG, as I've mentioned in my opening remark. So at the last, it's, as I said, I mean, it's very difficult to say goodbye, so I don't want to end it anymore. But I believe a lot of people are running late. Dr. Philip, I can see your window dark already, so it's pretty late, I guess. So thank you everyone for a wonderful SANOG 36, the virtual. We really enjoyed preparing this program for you, and then I believe the participants also have benefited from it. And then we would like to thank everyone, and till the next event, thank you very much, and have a safe and good rest of the year. Thank you everyone. And with this, I would like to declare SANOG 36 closed. Thank you.